Chapter 3766. What's wrong? Zhu Mei hurriedly asked when she saw that the demons were not teleported away, and the Deer King was so ecstatic. The Deer King took a deep breath and shouted, "I'll let you know that this is indeed the cold spirit valley used by the ancient demon clan for training. These demons, no, we can only call them demon beasts. They grew up in the cold spirit valley and don't know how to cultivate. That they don't have primordial thoughts." What? No primordial thoughts? The demons were overjoyed, but then old demon Ji Feng shouted indignantly, "Even if they don't have primordial thoughts, they don't have intelligence. No, demon beasts that aren't even in the hair removal realm have the strength of the moon-picking realm? Let's not talk about it. Let's go." Zhu Mei flapped her wings and flew up, shouting, "Let's escape from the Thunder Flood Dragon first. That guy is already flying over. Let's go." Ao Zhan raised his hand and a golden spear appeared in his hand. He hurriedly said, "We'll discuss how to face the enemy as we go." The 6 demons no longer dared to pay attention to the water flow at the entrance and hurriedly flew away on their demon clouds. In just a moment, the Thunder Flood Dragon flashed and fell. The Thunder Flood Dragon did not fall, but its violent aura scattered the water flow. The Thunder Flood Dragon stuck out its snake head and sniffed the water flow. Lightning flowed around its body as if it was about to rush into the entrance. Boom! A burst of star power exploded at the entrance, flipping the 200 feet long Thunder Flood Dragon over. Streaks of blood even appeared on the Thunder Flood Dragon's scales. Roar! The Thunder Flood Dragon let out a sorrowful cry and flew in the direction that the Deer King and the others flew in. After half a day, the fist-sized entrance became smaller and smaller. The water flow that rushed out became smaller and smaller. However, it was also much higher. At this moment, a white light flashed in the water. 2 ferocious-looking dragon figures appeared in the water. Swoosh! At this moment, a white light flashed in the water and 2 more ferocious dragon figures appeared in the water. However, as soon as these 2 dragons appeared, they immediately flew to the sides and did not stop at all. When the 2 dragons landed in the air, they looked at each other and then at the situation around them. They were really confused. One of them said, "Jianghu, is this the Cold Spirit Valley?" "I don't know." The dragon named Jianghu shook his head slightly. "There is no record of the Cold Spirit Valley in our clan. I only learned about it from the messages of the 2 water beasts. However, now is not the time to pursue the matter. Let's avoid it first and familiarize ourselves with it before acting according to the plan. It seems that what we discussed earlier was not like this." The dragon shook his head slightly. "We didn't have to come in, Jiangche. When we came out, the elder had already said that you must listen to me. We must act according to the situation. Previously, the dragon bones didn't even stir up trouble between the Dragon Palace and Zhai Xinglu. Now we have to make up for our mistakes." Jiang Peng waved his claws. His body was almost crawling on the ground as he swam far away. The dragon named Jiang Che felt very helpless. He could only lie down and swim along. Although the 2 dragons were supported by floating clouds, Jiang Che still glared fiercely at the gradually falling water and the gradually shrinking entrance. The entrance to the Cold Spirit Valley had already been sealed. No human or demon would be able to enter anymore. Moreover, as the 2 dragons swam, a strange color emerged from their scales. This color gradually diffused around the 2 dragons. The 2 dragons had already fused with their surroundings. It was hard to see any dragon shape. It was as if the 2 dragons had mysteriously disappeared. Putting aside the fact that the demons had flown into the Cold Spirit Valley to train, just as Xiaohua and Fujiwen were about to move, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat again. He whispered, "Don't rush." Fujiwen was stunned. He clearly remembered that 3 years ago, when Xiaohua had just agreed under his urging, Xiaohua mysteriously went into seclusion. Fujiwen also mysteriously practiced. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. And now it was the same again. Fujiwen looked at Xiaohua strangely. He did not know why. "Come here quickly." Xiaohua hurried to the cloud bed. As he walked, he said, "Disciple, think carefully. Before we entered the misty mountain maze, Did you think that the 4 layers of formations were already very powerful? Did you not think that there were 2 layers of maze in this formation? Yes, master. Fu Jiwen nodded blankly. Did you think that after the first layer of maze, the outer mansion would be Senior Tsong Lang Zi's cave residence? Did you not think that there would be a second layer of maze? Yes, master. Then when you entered the outer mansion for the second time, did you think that you had gone the wrong way and would not step into the same cave entrance? Yes, master. Then when you entered the inner mansion, did you think that there was nothing in the cave residence? Were you very disappointed? Yes, master. When you got the ink cloud pupil and the elixir from the 2 caves, did you want to leave? Did you not think that there was a jade ruby on the cloud bed? Yes, master. And now, did you have some enlightenment and feel that there was nothing in the cave residence and want to leave? Yes, master, that's right. So, the biggest secret hidden in Senior Tsong Lang Zi's cave residence was not what I got before. The biggest secret is on the cloud bed. Master, what? I don't understand. Xiao Hua smiled strangely and pointed to the cloud bed, saying, It's very simple. Because I can't take the cloud bed away. No way. What kind of reason is this? Fu Jiwen cried, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Of course, this is the reason. Xiao Hua's eyes flashed with excitement. He pointed to the empty cave residence and said, The jade shelves, jade tables, jade chairs and so on in the cave residence can be moved. Why can't the cloud bed be moved? Moreover, according to what I just said, every time Senior Tsong Langzi tried to hide something, it would only make it more conspicuous. Every discovery would be a pleasant surprise. This surprise was unexpected and joyful, which was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. When ordinary people came to Senior Tsong Langzi's cave residence, their ultimate goal was to get Senior Tsong Langzi's orthodoxy and the way of formation. But now, I boldly speculate that the most precious thing in this cave residence is definitely not Senior Tsong Langzi's enlightenment of Taoism, but something else. Master. Fu Jiwen felt wronged and said, Haven't I found Senior Tsong Langzi's orthodoxy? Didn't you gain some other enlightenment on the cloud bed? Isn't that the most precious thing? What's more precious? He, my disciple, to tell you the truth, the orthodoxy you got was left by Tsong Langzi in ink cloud pupil. What I got is his real enlightenment, the crystallization of Taoism. But don't worry, when your cultivation is high enough, I will teach you. Xiao Hua walked to the cloud bed with a smile. He looked at the huge cloud bed and said, I'm really looking forward to it. You and I have gained a lot from the trip to Misty Mountain, but we still haven't found the most precious thing in the cave residence. What is the most precious thing? It's something that Senior Tsong Langzi couldn't take away. Master, you're so careful. Fu Jiwen was completely defeated by the money grubber Xiao Hua. He followed behind Xiao Hua and walked to the front of the cloud bed. He looked up and down, looked left and right, and even walked to the inside of the cloud bed to take a look. He was still confused. It was just a cloud bed. Who would think that there was some mystery inside? Xiao Hua laughed and said, Senior Tsong Langzi blocked his divine thought and Buddhist awareness in this cave residence because he didn't want others to find the secret of the cloud bed. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. He didn't expect that I would come here thousands of years later. Yes, Master. You cleaned Senior Tsong Langzi's cave residence so well. This is Senior Tsong Langzi's way of thanking you. Fu Jiwen replied with a bitter smile. But he was really impressed by Xiao Hua's ability. Xiao Hua released his soul awareness and carefully examined it. He snorted and said, If you want by and to stay in the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal, then don't talk nonsense. Disciple was wrong. Fu Jiwen laughed. But his heart was moved. He hurriedly took off the wooden box from his neck and handed it to Xiao Hua. Master, since this is the most precious treasure in Tsong Langzi's cave residence, the restrictions inside must be the most powerful. Master should take this Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. It might be useful. That's a filial disciple. Xiao Hua smiled and put it in his sleeve. Don't worry. If there is an opportunity, Master will help you rescue Bai. Thank you for everything, Master. Fu Jiwen jumped down from the cloud bed and said, If there are any difficult restrictions, disciple won't go in. Disciple's magic power is weak. If I go, I'll be a burden to master. You're not too greedy. You know when to advance and when to retreat. You're much better than master. Xiao Hua was a little surprised. If it was him, he would risk his life to charge in. But then Xiao Hua was stunned. He looked at Fu Jiwen with a smile and said, "Disciple, are you trying to persuade master?" "A little." Fu Jiwen's smile disappeared and he respectfully said, "Master, disciple has followed master into Tsang Zi's cave residence. Along the way, disciple has gained a lot, far more than disciple expected. This is something that disciple didn't dare to imagine. If disciple has gained so much, then master's gains must be far greater than disciple's. Disciple has been under master's protection for a lot of time. I didn't see master in any danger, but disciple can imagine master's narrow escape. Master, the so-called luck will come to an end one day. Master has already obtained Tsang Zi's orthodoxy. Why don't you quit while you're ahead?" Hee. Xiao Hua looked at Fu Jiwen, who was worried about him, and his heart felt warm. He smiled and said, "Master's luck is far from what you know. Master's luck is comparable to the luck of a country, comparable to the luck of a province. Although the maze designed by Tsang Zi is powerful, it is still nothing in master's eyes." Chapter 3767. "But master?" Fu Jiwen still wanted to say more, but Xiao Hua continued, "Master's knowledge is very complex, and you can't imagine it. Senior Tsang seems to be similar to master, and Senior Tsang Zi's cave is the biggest opportunity master has encountered so far. In other words, after getting out of this misty mountain maze, master doesn't need to look for other ancient ruins, as they are meaningless to master. What's more, master doesn't feel any sense of crisis, which means that the biggest secret hidden in this cave won't pose a threat to master's life." "Okay." Fu Jiwen knew that he couldn't persuade Xiao Hua, so he nodded and said, "Disciple can only say this. If master insists on exploring, disciple can only wish master a fruitful return. You don't have to wait here, you also have to follow master." Xiao Hua's words surprised Fu Jiwen. Fu Jiwen was surprised. This is Tsang Zi's cave. Since Huang Shou and others can come in, others can also come in. Especially since master obtained Senior Tsang Zi's orthodoxy, you and I have been in this cave for 3 whole years. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Zhai Xingzi, Sun Kong, and Zhang Daoren were also trapped in the maze for 3 years. When master came down from the cloud bed, there seemed to be some changes in this cave, and the maze might have disappeared, and these people could come in immediately. If they come in, master won't be here, and only you are here. How will you answer other people's questions?" Fu Jiwen nodded. "Moreover, master calculated that you would be more scared than in danger. Previously, with Fairy Su Ming's self-detonation, you were indeed in danger, but that little bit of danger couldn't be seen in master's eyes. Master feels that you should still follow master to broaden your horizons. After all, this kind of opportunity is not available to everyone," Xiao Hua explained. Fu Jiwen knew that Xiao Hua was protecting him, so how could he not know what was good for him? He hurriedly bowed and said, "Disciple thanks master. You can stand on the side. First, let master see what this restriction is." Xiao Hua had already used his soul sense to clearly see that this cloud bed was not one with the stone wall. It was just that the cloud bed was extremely close to the stone wall. Relying solely on the naked eye, even a cultivator's naked eye would not be able to distinguish the two. What puzzled Xiao Hua the most was that there was no magic power fluctuation coming from where the cloud bed came into contact with the stone wall. He also didn't find anything out of place with his soul sense. After Fu Jiwen moved aside, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead. The illusion breaker eyes flashed with a dark green brilliance and opened. Sii. When he saw that the stone wall before him was the same as before, Xiao Hua was completely disappointed. He sucked in a breath of air and closed his eyes with his brows tightly furrowed. "That's impossible," Xiao Hua thought to himself. How could there be nothing wrong with this cloud bed? Could it be that Senior Tsang Zi had set up an empty fort strategy here? But even if it's an empty fort strategy, what is he trying to hide? After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua's illusion breaker eyes slightly blinked. A silver-white ring of light rippled from his eyes. Xiaohua pushed his illusion breaker eyes to the limit. "Ha, here." Xiaohua looked for a moment, then finally laughed loudly, so it was hidden so subtly. If it weren't for this Xiao's illusion breaker eyes and the Buddhist sect's heavenly eye, I'm afraid it really would be difficult to see this point of light that's even fainter than a needle's eye. Seeing Xiaohua laugh, Fujiwen was also stunned. With a tone of disbelief, he said, "Master, you really found something?" "Of course." Xiaohua withdrew his heavenly eye. With a flick of his Taoist robe, he used universe-concealing sleeves and laughed, "Take a look at Master's power." Rise. This time was different from the previous probing. Xiaohua used 70% of his magic power. Unfortunately, the cloud bed didn't move under his big hand. It didn't even sway. This really made Xiaohua stunned. That's impossible. Xiaohua knew the power of his universe-concealing sleeves. With his current strength, not to mention a cloud bed that was several zhang in size, even a small mountain would collapse. This old man understands now. Suddenly, Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly withdrew his magic power and urged the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. A huge golden body flashed with a dark golden brilliance. At this time, Xiaohua grabbed the two sides of the cloud bed. Relying only on the strength of his body, he shouted, "Rise!" Boom. The cloud bed was like a 10,000 gene mountain that was slowly lifted by Xiaohua. As the cloud bed was lifted, the entire immortal cave trembled. It was as if Xiaohua was lifting the entire cloud mountain. As it trembled, that cloud bed had only moved to a height of a few feet. Woo! A fishy wind blew out from under the cloud bed, enveloping Xiaohua's golden body and the wide-eyed Fujiwen at the side. A force so strong that even Xiaohua was unable to resist was generated. Without the slightest fluctuation of magic power, without the slightest splendor, the two people strangely disappeared just like that. Boom! The cloud bed fell. The entire cloud mountain shook. Every cultivator that stepped into the immortal cave also slightly swayed. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohua and Fujiwen's feet landed on the ground. The scene in front of them changed greatly. Xiaohua didn't have time to withdraw his golden body. He immediately released his soul sense to explore. It was a space that was hundreds of feet wide. The walls of the space were covered with thick murals. On the murals, there were mountains and rivers, strange beasts and giants, vast forests, and vast yellow sands. However, there were no ordinary people in the murals. There were also no towns or villages. Xiaohua's soul sense only roughly looked at these murals that were filled with a primitive aura. He left his soul sense at the end of this space. That place was 100 zhang in size altar. The altar was in the shape of a hill. Rugged bones were placed on top of it. Bloody and abnormal totems were smeared on the altar. These totems were very strange. Some were in the shape of flames, some were in the shape of glaciers, and some were in the shape of strange beasts. Even when they reached the top of the altar, there were skeletons, leg bones, ghosts, and other unimaginable shapes. Ouch! Just as Xiaohua was looking at the altar again, Fujiwen suddenly screamed from the side. "What's wrong?" Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand, and a seal was placed around Fujiwen. Fujiwen curled up on the ground in pain. He lowered his voice and groaned, "Master, disciple, used my soul sense to explore these murals." Countless images rushed into Disciple's mind. Disciple can't bear it, and now I have a splitting headache. All right, you should take a rest. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror and put Fujiwen into it. He looked at the murals around him. He didn't release his soul sense, but still used his soul sense to check the altar. After Xiaohua finished looking at the last few strange totems, his soul sense fell on the top of the altar. It was an oval platform about a foot in size. There was a groove on it, and in the groove, there was a shabby oil lamp. Isn't this the shabby oil lamp that I obtained in Sky Patrol City? Isn't this the soul tool from Million Meng Mountains? How did it appear here? Xiao Hua was stunned when he saw the oil lamp. He hurriedly waved his hand and took out the oil lamp that he had forgotten in the corner of the space. Sure enough, although there were some slight differences in the style of the two oil lamps, they were the same in terms of texture and general style. No, this isn't a soul tool. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. At that time, the cultivator said that this was an item from the 10,000 demon realm. He took it from a soul cultivator. Could this altar be related to the 10,000 demon realm? But even if it is related to the 10,000 demon realm, what's the use of this altar? Xiao Hua was completely confused. Song Longzi is our Dao Sect's tribulation stage senior. What does he mean by hiding such an altar in his cave residence? Could it be that Senior Song Longzi is related to the 10,000 demon realm? Then Xiao Hua recalled again. It seemed that Song Longzi didn't have any records about this altar. Maybe it's recorded in the ink cloud pupil? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and took out the ink cloud pupil that Fu Jiwen took. After a little hesitation, he looked at it again. However, Xiao Hua didn't expect that the ink cloud pupil didn't have any records at all. This is one of Song Longzi's biggest secrets. Xiao Hua put away the ink cloud pupil and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the strange altar thoughtfully. After a few minutes, Xiao Hua temporarily moved his soul consciousness and eyes away from the altar and released his divine sense to explore the murals around him. Boom, boom, boom. Sure enough, as Fu Jiwen said, when Xiao Hua's divine sense came into contact with the murals, vivid images fell into Xiao Hua's mind like giant meteors. The impact made Xiao Hua's blood vessels expand. This is also a kind of test? After Xiao Hua finished looking at some of the murals gave off a strange light. Correspondingly, a totem on the altar flashed and had a faint color. Bloodline power? Looking at the murals one by one, Xiao Hua discovered that they were all pictures of ancient times. Furthermore, every time an ancient picture entered his mind, Xiao Hua's bloodline would be stimulated, and an indescribable power would gradually be born around Xiao Hua's body. When Xiao Hua finished looking at all of the murals, a desolate, boundless, and even bloody aura rushed out from the altar and filled the entire space. Could this altar be the remains of a soul cultivator? Xiao Hua looked at the altar that seemed to have come to life, his eyes narrowing and narrowing. Although his soul cultivation was not shallow, he was still a little nervous when faced with the mysterious remains of a soul cultivator. But if I want to know if the Dawn Rain continent and the other 3 continents are in the same realm, I might have to take a trip to the remains of a soul cultivator. Maybe I can even find the passage to the Million Meng Mountains. With that thought in mind, Xiao Hua looked at the oil lamp in his hand and waved it toward the altar. Unfortunately, when the oil lamp fell, the altar didn't move. Chapter 3768. Lamp Oil. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up and hurriedly took down the oil lamp and put a drop of lamp oil into it. After seeing that there was still no reaction from the lamp oil, he waved his hand and a strand of spirit fire flew up to the altar and landed on the oil lamp. Swoosh! The spirit fire lit up the quaint oil lamp. Oh! Under the light of the fire, the oil lamp trembled slightly as if it was alive. Strange runes bloomed from the outer layer of the oil lamp, and then a strange beast with 7 colors appeared from the oil lamp. 7 light beast? Xiao Hua looked at the familiar runes and then looked at the strange beast. He was almost dumbfounded. He didn't know about the 7 light beast before, but there were some marks in Little White's memory. It was a rare soul beast in the 10,000 demon realm. It was said that each of the lights of the 7 light beast could cause different damage to the soul of a demon or a human. He didn't expect that the oil lamp was actually a 7 light beast. The 7 light beast let out a desolate groan, and the 7-colored brilliance fell from the altar like a whirlpool. Every time it passed by a totem, the totem would turn into a strange beast. Even the totem that was difficult to understand turned into a strange beast that Little White had never seen before. When all the totems were lit up, all the strange beasts flew out of their totems and circled around the altar. Then, a loud sound of a bugle horn came from the altar. Following the sound of the bugle horn, the strange beasts transformed into all kinds of strange shapes and swam in the air. These shapes were somewhat ordinary, such as triangular, square, and some were more strange, like swimming fish and hedgehogs. Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. However, when a strange beast's mouth appeared in the air, and then a shape that looked like a square but wasn't a square, and under the square shape, there were 4 legs. Xiaohua was very lucky and a flash of light appeared in his mind. Xiyinding? This is the entrance to the legacy world. Xiaohua almost screamed out. Wasn't that strange beast's mouth the same as the one that appeared when he sacrificially refined the Xiyinding in the sword tomb? Wasn't that the shape of a cauldron? Wasn't this 7-colored brilliant Xiyinding's 7 colors? Xiaohua was ecstatic. He never thought that he would encounter the entrance to the legacy world here. At this time, there was only one question in his mind: Song Lang. Who is he? However, there was no time for him to think about it. Xiyinding was immediately taken out from the space, and he didn't have any extra movements. The beast's mouth in the light made a strange sound, and the 7-colored brilliance turned into a strange beast. It rushed out of the altar, and the beast was Xiyinding was in Xiaohua. Its aggressive aura made Xiaohua couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Xiyinding fell into the beast's mouth, and the 7-colored brilliance of the strange beast disappeared in a flash. When the strange beast returned, Xiyinding was exactly where it was before. Buzz buzz buzz. Xiyinding fell, and the whole cauldron trembled violently. Waves of obscure fluctuations rushed towards the altar. Wherever the fluctuations passed, all the images and totems turned into fragments and crashed into the altar along with the fluctuations. Swoosh! The altar collapsed with a loud rumble, and the 7-colored brilliance also shattered. An aura that seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth gushed out from these fragments. All of the fragments transformed into a powerful current that rushed towards Xiaohua. Metal escape technique. Xiaohua remembered clearly that the metal escape technique was the method to enter the legacy world. He immediately urged the metal escape technique to rush head-on into the torrent. Boom! Like a swimming fish, Xiaohua only felt countless grotesque illusions appear in front of his eyes. His entire body once again moved against the flow of these illusions. When he reached the altar, a vague barrier blocked in front of Xiaohua. As Xiaohua exerted all his strength to activate his magic power, Xiaohua's body passed through the barrier with some difficulty. Immediately, a powerful pressure fell from all directions, and a familiar feeling appeared in Xiaohua's heart. Shortly after, the silver-white brilliance turned into a revolving passage, and Xiaohua's body rapidly passed through this passage. The passage was extremely long, and also seemed to be extremely short. In a moment, Xiaohua's eyes were dazzled by a glaring light. He couldn't help but slightly close his eyes. The moment he closed his eyes, his body stopped. When Xiaohua opened his eyes, a familiar feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. Regardless of whether it was the scene before his eyes or the aura that filled the space. Raising his head, Xiaohua saw clearly that the entire sky was illuminated by 9 suns. It was extremely similar to the sky in his space, but the difference was that on the other side of the 9 suns, there were unexpectedly 10 moons. Moreover, the moons were several times larger than the suns. What was special was that the sky was densely packed with many stars. From the sun star, the moon star, and countless other stars, huge pillars of stars fell down. These huge pillars of stars covered the entire space, and the aura of desolation and the feeling of desolation were all emitted from these pillars of stars. The power of the stars and the moon. In an instant, Xiaohua cried out in surprise. I understand now. This is the power of the stars and the moon. In addition to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth used by the cultivators of my Taoism, and the awe-inspiring energy used by the scholars of Confucianism, the demon race of this world actually uses the power of the stars and the moon. Thinking of this, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the 2 bones with mysterious talismans from the space. Sure enough, the talismans glowed under the power of the stars and the moon, and 2 powerful auras emerged from the talismans. Putting away the bones, Xiaohua released his divine sense. Wherever his divine sense passed, The scene within 1,000 miles fell into Xiao Hua's mind bit by bit. It was a huge tree, a huge rock, a mountain peak, and a wilderness. It was exactly the same as the murals on the walls of the space where the altar was previously. Boom! Just as Xiao Hua was exploring, a powerful vibration came from the top of his head. Xiao Hua's figure flashed, and just as he dodged, a huge sea cauldron fell from the sky, landing right under Xiao Hua's body. At this time, the sea cauldron was probably 100 feet tall, and in front of it, Xiao Hua looked just like an ant. Roar! Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the strange runes on the sea cauldron. With a loud roar, he used the Heavenly Law Embodiment Technique and the Immortal Body Bestowment Technique. The pillar of light from the stars and the moon turned into crystal threads visible to the naked eye and fell into Xiao Hua's body. Along with the pillar of light, Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body was born with a loud bang. It grew bigger by a zhang, and in just a moment, it was actually 200 feet tall. The Immortal Body Bestowment Technique is indeed the Immortal Body Bestowment Technique. Xiao Hua felt that the power of the stars and the moon was even smoother than the energy of heaven and earth as it tempered his body. He couldn't help but sigh. This is a divine ability used by the Immortal Body Bestowment Technique. What it tempered was not the energy of heaven and earth, but the power of the stars and the moon. It's just that the Immortal Body Bestowment Technique is no longer the Immortal Body Bestowment Technique, and the power of the stars and the moon is no longer the power of the stars and the moon. It can only be barely replaced by the energy of heaven and earth. The current Xiao Hua naturally didn't know how to use the power of the stars and the moon. He could only wave his hand, and the sea cauldron fell into his hand again. When the sea cauldron fell into his hand, some information from the sea cauldron entered his mind. What? Holy bloodline? What does this mean? The moment the information appeared, Xiao Hua couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock. When he finished reading it, an inconceivable feeling arose in his heart. Damn it, this Xiao understands now. This so-called legacy world wasn't just a barrier jointly set up by the ancient demonic beasts for their descendants. In this barrier, the purest bloodline of the ancient demonic beasts was preserved, allowing their descendants who had lost their bloodline to come here to find their bloodline and pass on the glory of the demonic beast race. Furthermore, in this barrier, they used the bloodline of the 10,000 races to carry out a plan that spanned hundreds of millions of years. They wanted to give birth to the holy bloodline that the demonic beast race had never had before, a bloodline that could surpass the 10,000 races and 10,000 saints of the demonic beast race. This is too crazy, too inconceivable. Thinking up to here, Xiao Hua looked towards another direction with a strange expression, and shock appeared in his eyes. How is this possible? How do I know the location of the holy bloodline? I found out from the sea cauldron that the location of the bloodline of the Yu family in Fallen Gold Mountain is normal. The sea cauldron didn't have any information about the location of the holy bloodline. How do I know? Moreover, I just entered this legacy realm. Although I have seen all the scenery on the murals outside, it's normal for me to feel a sense of familiarity. But this kind of desolate aura, how can I be familiar with it? Could it be that I've been to the legacy realm before? Or perhaps this memory came from Little White? A series of questions naturally arose from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart, leaving him at a loss. What should I do now? Xiao Hua put away the sea cauldron and looked at the two directions with some hesitation. He didn't know where he should go, or? Before Xiao Hua could make a decision, an ear-piercing cry sounded. A bird that was several hundred feet in size flapped its wings and descended from the sky. Its sharp beak, which was several hundred feet in size, pierced toward Xiao Hua's chest. In midair, wherever the beak passed, cracks appeared in the void, and a ferocious killing intent that seemed to have materialized penetrated Xiao Hua's golden body. Damn it! Seeing that the thin fleshy wings of the bird were covered with talismans and countless beams of starlight and moonlight rushed into these talismans, how could Xiao Hua not know the power of this bird's attack? He roared and took out the wishful staff. Grow, 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 grow. At the same time, Xiao Hua released the godly power centipede. In an instant, the wishful staff turned into 100 feet in size. Xiaohua's body surged with lightning, and his figure rushed into the air like lightning. The wishful staff was raised to meet the falling bird. The godly power centipede also borrowed the power of Xiaohua, and wisps of demon clouds surged around its body. Under these demon clouds, the godly power centipede's body suddenly expanded, growing to several hundred feet in size. It rushed aggressively towards the bird. Chapter 3769. Boom! A loud sound came from the sky. The ferocious bird was hit back and forth in the air. Xiaohua's golden body was hit by the ferocious bird and fell to the ground. Hundreds of giant trees were broken. A towering mountain was also hit by Xiaohua's golden body and half of it collapsed. On the land that no one had set foot on for many years, a deep pit of hundreds of feet in length and dozens of feet in size was impressively visible. Although the movement of the fight was great, it was somewhat insignificant in the space of the untainted land. As for the divine power centipede, although its size had become bigger, it was still less than 100 feet away from the abdomen of the ferocious bird like lightning. It was about to wave its claws and cut into the wings of the ferocious bird, but the powerful air wave and the ferocious bird's breath suddenly knocked the divine power centipede upside down. As the saying goes, hooligans are not scary, but hooligans with culture are scary. If it was the divine power centipede, it would be, monsters are not scary, but monsters with spiritual wisdom are scary. However, when the dangerous breath arrived, the divine power centipede's body immediately shrank and curled up extremely. Not to mention that the ferocious bird's wings did not hit the divine power centipede. Even if it hit, the divine power centipede would not be hurt. Damn it! Seeing this, Xiaohua angrily cursed. He climbed up from the ground and stamped his feet. The whole earth trembled. His figure rushed into the sky again. When he took back the divine power centipede, he waved his hand again and the seal of the sea flew out of the space and was about to hit the ferocious bird in the distance. However, when the seal of ocean overturning seal landed in midair, it didn't have the surging of 10,000 jade talismans that Xiaohua had imagined. Even the copper-colored light seemed weak. Not good. Not only can my monster not be compared to this ferocious bird, but I can't use my magic weapon. Xiaohua took out his magic weapon, and the ferocious bird also felt the danger. It spread its wings and prepared to attack again. Under the stimulation of Xiaohua's spiritual power, he immediately found that the qi of heaven and earth in this space was extremely weak. I neglected it. This is the world of the legacy created by the monster clan. Although it is similar to the untainted land, it is not the untainted land. There is only the power of the stars and the moon in this world, and there is no qi of heaven and earth. Even the qi of righteousness does not exist. This Xiaohua's Taoist and Confucian magic cannot be used. But, so what? Xiaohua raised his head and looked over. The entire legacy realm was vast and boundless, and everything was incomparably huge. Even his small and cautious heart was now fermenting like a lofty ambition that soared to the clouds. A surge of arrogance that soared to the heavens was born from Xiaohua's heart. With this Xiao's cultivation, would I still be afraid of these flatbirds? Ah! Xiaohua raised his head and yelled. The muscles on his golden body rapidly overflowed. At the same time, his entire figure once again pounced forward, and at the same time, his spiritual hammer was activated. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky where the ferocious bird was flying, the invisible giant hammer let out a whimper of the wind, completely enveloping the several acres of space to the left of the ferocious bird. This hammer of divine will was extremely mysterious. That ferocious bird immediately felt a dangerous aura. Both of its wings rapidly flapped, and a powerful whirlwind rushed out from both of its wings. At the same time, the ferocious bird let out a long cry. It raised its head, and a talisman that was several zhang in size rushed into the air and quickly met the hammer of divine will. Boom! A fireball that was several times stronger than Xiaohua's talisman exploded under the hammer of divine will, Wu. It was at this time that Xiaohua's wishful staff came over and hit the neck of the ferocious bird. Ayo! The ferocious bird's figure was once again hit and flipped in the air. The sharp claws that were exposed in front of Xiao Hua's eyes also had traces of strange talismans. Xiao Hua did not dare to neglect. When he was about to rush over again, he saw the ferocious bird suddenly let out a sad cry. It spread its wings and flew in another direction. Its speed was extremely fast. Xiao Hua had just noticed that the ferocious bird had already flown 1,000 feet away. If the world's essence was abundant, Xiao Hua's thunder escape technique might be able to catch up, but at this time, Xiao Hua could only look at it from afar and frown. Ancient ferocious beasts are all so powerful? Xiao Hua not only could not catch up, but he also did not dare to. Looking at the hot aura in the air that had not yet dissipated, he thought, let's not talk about other things. Let's talk about this ferocious bird. Its attack is not systematic. It only relies on instinct. It only uses its beak and has not used its claws or wings. Even when this ferocious bird saw Xiao Hua's spiritual hammer and was hit by the wishful staff, it immediately retreated. This is obviously the meaning of cowardice. In other words, this ferocious bird is not a ferocious bird at all. It is just the most ordinary bird in this relic world. However, this lowest level bird was born with such magical powers. The talisman in its mouth is more powerful than Xiao Hua's fire talisman. Fire talisman, that is a jade talisman that has been lost in the Dawn Rain continent. Unexpectedly, it was actually defeated by a bird here. I really don't know how powerful ancient demonic beasts can be. Si Yinding also did not record that there are demonic beasts in the relic world. These demonic beasts should not be originally in the relic world. Perhaps they were brought in by the descendants of the demonic beasts, or perhaps they grew in the relic world. In short, these demonic beasts should have nothing to do with the inheritance of the bloodline. They also have nothing to do with the bloodline of the Supreme Saint. Xiao Hua pondered again. It's just that with these demonic beasts, it will be somewhat troublesome for Xiao Hua to go to those two places. There will be a lot of demonic beasts along the way. In the end, where should I go? Or both places? If I think about it simply, Xiao Hua has nothing to do with the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain. Even if Xiao Hua obtains their bloodline, it may not be useful. Xiao Hua should go directly to find the Supreme Saint's bloodline. But the problem is that it is the Supreme Saint's bloodline. Even the real ancient demonic beasts do not dare to say that they can accept the Supreme Saint's inheritance. How can Xiao Hua, a human, dare to say that he can accept it? If Xiao Hua only wants to find the inheritance of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain, then what about the memories in Xiao Hua's mind? Who knows, maybe Xiao Hua will be able to find his own origin in the location of the Supreme Saint's bloodline. Of course, if I can get the bloodline of the Yu family of Fallen Gold Mountain, even if I can play with it for myself, wouldn't it be better than leaving it to their descendants? Xiao Hua thought and thought, then began to think dirty again. It's a pity that Xiao Hua only has Si Yinding as a keepsake. If I have other keepsakes, maybe I can help Fairy Hong Xia and Huang Mingxiang find their ancient bloodline. Forget it, I'll look for the Supreme Saint's bloodline first. Things that harm others without benefiting myself should be left for last. After thinking, Xiao Hua withdrew his golden avatar and very carefully released his soul sense. He even used a soul cultivator's flying technique to fly at a low altitude. Although Xiao Hua had already deliberately lowered his altitude to fly, he had only just flown 1,000 feet when a killing intent several times stronger than the previous flying bird quickly rushed over from a direction. Xiao Hua hurriedly swept his soul sense in that direction, only to see a several hundred feet large dauntless bird, with its wings spread open, practically covering the sky as it flew towards him. Granny, I'm afraid it's at the 6th or 7th level of elemental energy. Xiao Hua immediately understood that the vicious bird just now wasn't afraid of him, but was scared away by the dauntless bird. Moreover, seeing that the dauntless bird's body was much stronger than the previous vicious bird, and its pair of fleshy wings were even more robust, how could Xiao Hua not know that this dauntless bird was even more powerful? Xiao Hua cursed in his heart, and hurriedly used his wind escape technique to fly in the direction of the vicious bird from before. Who didn't know how to use the tiger's might to intimidate others? Who knows, he might even be able to pull off a disaster. Xiaohua's wind escape technique had actually been cultivated to an extremely high level within the rockfall matrix. When he flew, it was like a cool breeze passing through a mountain, without a trace, extremely miraculous. However, this wind escape technique was somewhat lacking when compared to the dauntless bird's wings. But seeing the dauntless bird spread its wings, it instantly traveled several tens of li, its enormous body not the slightest bit clumsy. Seeing this, how could Xiaohua still dare to have any other misgivings? What magic power consumption, what insufficient elemental energy of heaven and earth, what too big of a movement, he didn't even bother to think about it. Lightning surged around his body, and the leaping thunder realm technique was used, and like a whirlwind, he flew into the distance. The sound of thunder resounded, and that dauntless bird was clearly frightened, somewhat afraid of the lightning around Xiaohua's body. But in the dauntless bird's moment of hesitation, Xiaohua's figure had already disappeared. Caw! The dauntless bird let out a long cry, spreading its wings and flying away, seemingly no longer paying attention to Xiaohua. And when Xiaohua's released soul sense saw the dauntless bird fly away, his heart was greatly relieved. Just as he was about to take a breather, roar! Ayo! Dozens of cries came from within 100 li. Xiaohua's soul sense swept out, and his complexion instantly became deathly pale. He saw from behind giant rocks, giant peaks, and giant trees, monstrous beasts several hundred zhang in size emerged. Each and every one of these monstrous beasts had a robust physique, and their appearances were all different. Some were rapidly crawling on the ground, some were riding on monstrous clouds and rushing into the air, some were spreading their wings and flying out. Their eyes, which were larger than ordinary people's, were filled with greed and savagery, and their target was precisely the dazed Xiaohua who was standing in midair. At this moment, Xiaohua was like a little wife who had been bullied, his face full of grievances. That's right, didn't I just use the lightning escape technique? Did it have to be like this? Dozens of savage auras rushed over from all directions, sweeping back and forth within 100 zhang of Xiaohua's body. Although they weren't elemental thoughts, they were more sensitive than elemental thoughts. Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer, and he used the wind escape technique to descend to the ground. After all, he could use the earth escape technique in the mountain rocks, and he could use the wood escape technique in the giant trees, which was much stronger than the lightning escape technique. Ao! Xiaohua had just landed, when bursts of roars came from the sky. Xiaohua only had time to turn his head to take a look, but he saw that most of the dozens of giant beasts were already tearing at each other, and only a small portion of the strange beasts were chasing after him. Immediately, Xiaohua used the wood escape technique and disappeared into the giant trees. Hiss hiss! The giant beasts descended, and a few of them sniffed at the side for a moment before swaggering away. There were also two that chased after Xiaohua's escape route. Boom boom boom! One by one, the giant trees were knocked flying by these giant beasts. Wood shavings splashed everywhere, and gravel danced in the air. The strange beasts that were hiding in the giant trees were also blasted out. Chapter 3770. Damn it! After running blindly for an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hid behind a boulder and rested for a while. He pondered in his heart, this legacy realm is really not a place for people to stay. Why are the demon beasts here so strong? Each of them has rough skin and thick flesh. Even their souls are very solid. This old man's Taoist divine ability and Confucian divine ability are all useless. My only soul technique is also not enough. When the wishful staff hit them, it was simply like scratching an itch. No matter what, this old man is still a great grandmaster with 5th level essence energy. Why am I like a grandson here? After thinking for a while, Xiaohua made a decision. I must get the holy bloodline. Damn it, only with the holy bloodline can I leave safely. Who is it? Just when Xiaohua had just calmed down, he was suddenly shocked again. He saw that on the ground less than 1,000 feet away from him, there was a winding flood dragon that was slowly floating and attacking him. Damn it! Seeing this snake-like demon beast, Xiaohua unconsciously burned with anger. He secretly released his soul consciousness to look around. There were no other demon beasts. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he unconsciously sneered. That flood dragon was naturally not a demon beast of the Legacy Realm, but Ao Zhan of the East Sea Dragon Palace. Speaking of which, Ao Zhan and the others were also 5th level essence energy. In the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and the Hidden Immortal Continent, they were demons that could do whatever they wanted. Unfortunately, when they came here, facing a demon beast that had lived for who knows how many years, they could only flee in panic. The first demon beast to enter the Legacy Realm was a Thunder Flood Dragon. That Thunder Flood Dragon was extremely sensitive to the aura of the Dragon Clan. It roared and urged the lightning to chase after Ao Zhan, Ao Qian, and Ao Shui. It even left behind a low-level demon like Old Demon Ji Feng. Zhu Mei and the other demons wanted to help the 3 dragons. Unfortunately, when the 6 demons were about to join forces to kill the Thunder Flood Dragon, there were immediately other demon beasts that flew over to help. As such, the 6 demons had no choice but to flee. What made Ao Zhan feel the most humiliated was that the 3 demonic beasts were being watched closely by the Thunder Flood Dragon. However, after escaping for half a day, the Thunder Flood Dragon summoned the other demonic beasts to attack them again. For the sake of Ao Qian's safety, Ao Zhan had no choice but to stay behind to fend off the enemies. He even used a secret technique to lure the Thunder Flood Dragon and the other demonic beasts to the side. At this moment, he had just escaped the pursuit of the Thunder Flood Dragon and the other demonic beasts. He revealed his true form and hid here to catch his breath, just like Xiaohua. Of course, for his own safety, Ao Zhan didn't dare to release his Yuan Shen. This was because he realized that although the demonic beasts in the Cold Spirit Valley didn't have Yuan Shen, they were very sensitive to Yuan Shen. Their kind of instinctive aura was also very effective. That Ao Zhan suddenly heard the words of a Confucian cultivator from the Hidden Immortal Continent. Then, dozens of heavy blows fell from the sky like falling stars. There was even a human figure wielding a long staff falling from the sky. "For you," Ao Zhan hurriedly shouted, "are you also here to train in the Cold Spirit Valley?" Unfortunately, in a hurry, Ao Zhan instinctively spoke in the dragon language. How could Xiaohua understand? Boom! The divine will hammer angrily fell, smashing right on top of Ao Zhan's scales. The scales that originally had some scars sank deep with a poof sound, and a trace of blood seeped out. Oh! Ao Zhan screamed, no longer caring about hiding his body. The huge dragon body rolled, and the dragon tail rolled toward Xiaohua. Hit! Xiaohua's wishful steel staff was originally aimed at Ao Zhan's dragon head. Now, he could only turn around, and the wishful steel staff swept the dragon tail. Woo! Ao Zhan cried out in pain. His dragon tail rolled back, and Xiaohua was also sent flying into the sky by the dragon tail. At the same time, dozens of divine sense hammers landed on Ao Zhan's body one after another. Ao Zhan either waved his silver spear to block or raised his fist to strike back. However, there were still some divine sense hammers that landed on Ao Zhan's face. Damn it! Xiaohua rushed into the sky and saw that the divine will hammers were not effective. His body flashed with golden light, and the heavenly law embodiment technique was displayed. The wishful steel staff in his hand turned into nearly 100 feet in size. The 100-feet-tall Dharma body raised the wishful steel staff and said anxiously, "Evil creature, hit him as well." Wang. Ao Zhan also couldn't take it anymore. His dragon body curled up and returned to his original size. His several hundred feet long body was like a giant mountain that rushed toward Xiaohua. Moreover, his dragon head opened and a dragon aura that was several hundred feet long mixed with thousands of strands of golden energy shot toward Xiaohua like an incomparably sharp flying sword. Go! Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He waved his hand and took out the seal of the Overturn the Sea. Although it was not as arrogant as outside the relic world, under the urging of the nascent soul, it also turned into 100 feet in size, ready to block in front of the dragon chi. But at this moment, caw-caw, there was a piercing sound, and a big bird fell from the sky like lightning. This big bird was very strange. Its wings flashed with golden light, and the purple-gold sarcoma on its stork-like head was particularly obvious. This caw-caw bird's cry fell into the ears of Xiao Hua and Ao Zhan. Whether it was a human or a demon, they all felt a sense of numbness in their bones. Damn it! This strange bird seems to have the bloodline of the golden-winged peng. Xiao Hua was shocked and did not dare to continue fighting. His whole body flashed with a dark golden light, and he flew in one direction. Seeing Xiao Hua escape, Ao Zhan also wanted to escape, but with a sweep of his primordial thought, the fierce battle between the human and demon just now had already attracted the attention of other strange beasts. Besides the direction Xiao Hua fled in, there were other demon beasts approaching, and those demon beasts were all very strong. Damn it! Ao Zhan also cursed. His dragon body hurriedly shrunk, and he followed Xiao Hua's back. However, Ao Zhan had just flown for half a meal's time when Xiao Hua took the time to release his primordial thought. He saw a small dragon actually chasing behind him, even more infatuated than the golden-winged peng, and he couldn't help but feel angry. He slapped the top of his head, and the green-robed Xiao Hua controlled the invisible nascent soul to fly out. A beam of light shot out, and it was precisely Ao Zhan's dragon head. Damn it, you actually want to eat me. I can't deal with the golden-winged peng, but killing you is not a big problem. Seeing the beam of light shoot out, Xiao Hua thought fiercely. He turned around and rushed in another direction. Hiss! Seeing the Kunlun mirror's beam of light shoot over, Ao Zhan sucked in a breath of cold air. How could he not know the power of this Taoist magic treasure? In his heart, he was already sure that the one fleeing like him must be a Taoist cultivator from the hidden immortal continent. Woo-woo! Ao Zhan didn't dare to be careless. His dragon horn flickered with a silver-white brilliance, and a silver shield that was almost 3 meters in size appeared. It flew towards the beam of light, and there was an ancient talisman on the shield. Boom! The beam of light struck the shield, and the ancient talisman suddenly absorbed the abundant energy of the stars and moon in the surroundings. The silver brilliance shone brightly, but under the beam of light, the brilliance was still shattered into pieces and scattered into a myriad of stars. Spirit weapon? A very ancient legend suddenly appeared in Ao Zhan's mind. Ao Zhan couldn't help but groan. He looked at Xiao Hua's back with extreme astonishment. Damn it! Ao Zhan's astonishment only lasted for a moment. He was blocked by Xiao Hua, and the golden-winged peng and other demonic beasts chased after him. Ao Zhan cursed in a low voice, and his figure flew up. Unfortunately, when he swept with his essence, he complained in his heart. In front of him, there were already other demonic beasts beginning to block his path. Only the direction Xiao Hua flew in was free of demonic beasts. Ao Zhan had no choice but to chase after Xiao Hua again. Damn it! You really want to die? Xiao Hua didn't understand, and unconsciously became furious. Xie Hua, who was already anxious from being chased by demonic beasts, couldn't help but rush out. With a shake of his hand, the soaring dragon shears appeared in his hand. His fleeing figure began to slow down, and his soul sense slowly swept out, preparing to catch Ao Zhan off guard without attracting his attention. Fellow Immortal! At this time, Ao Zhan couldn't care about anything else. Since the golden-winged peng was here, preserving his life was more important. He hurriedly transmitted, "This one is a dragon guard of the Dragon Palace." But before he could finish speaking, he saw Xiao Hua wave his right hand, and a golden light scattered out. A kind of feeling that made Ao Zhan involuntarily tremble was born. Damn it! Ao Zhan was also angry. He was about to raise the silver spear in his hand, but suddenly he was slightly stunned. He suddenly understood, and hurriedly transmitted in the language of the hidden immortal continent, "Fellow Immortal, I'm not a demonic beast. I'm from the dragon clan of the East Sea Dragon Palace." Ah? When Xiao Hua heard Ao Zhan's words, he was even more astonished than Ao Zhan. He didn't expect that there was actually a non-demonic beast in the legacy world. Moreover, this demonic beast was actually from the East Sea Dragon Palace. Ouch! Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his magic power to stop the soaring dragon shears. Seeing that unbelievably sharp golden light flash back in front of his eyes, Ao Zhan's heart slightly jumped. Normally, he wouldn't care about Xiao Hua's attack. But now, his body was injured, and there was a demonic beast chasing behind him. He didn't want to fight with Xiao Hua head-on. You're a dragon of the East Sea Dragon Palace? Xiao Hua withdrew the soaring dragon shears, and his figure was still flying. He asked while being on guard. Ao Zhan withdrew his dragon form, and turned into his human form. He replied, "Yes, this one is a dragon guard of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Zhan. I wonder if fellow Immortal." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Xiao Hua hurriedly transmitted, quickly hide with me there's..." Then, Xiao Hua didn't finish speaking and his figure landed beside a huge rock. His figure rapidly shrank, and stood there like a stick. At first glance, it was absolutely impossible to find him. How could Ao Zhan have Xiao Hua's rich experience in escaping? He quickly scanned with his elemental will, but he still couldn't find the place. "Quickly go, there's a tree hole above the huge tree. It'll be good if you can slightly hide your aura." Xiao Hua saw Ao Zhan still standing there foolishly, and couldn't help but shout while pointing at a huge tree. "Okay." Ao Zhan followed Xiao Hua's finger and flew over, not even using his elemental will to look. Swoosh! Ao Zhan was indeed a great master with 5th-grade elemental energy. Although he didn't cultivate the disguise secret technique like Xiao Hua, he still shrank his figure and hid in the tree hole. However, Ao Zhan was still nervous. He didn't have the confidence to conceal his aura and not be discovered by the golden-winged Great Peng. Chapter 3771. Ao Zhan felt a little sad when he saw the auras surging towards him from all directions. He started to blame himself for trusting Xiao Hua so easily. Ao Zhan couldn't help but want to transform and escape again. However, at this moment, there was an angry roar. Another giant beast flew over from the distance. This giant beast was also a few hundred feet in size. There were a few broom-like wings on its back. Its body emitted a dark gray light. Once the giant beast appeared, it immediately pounced towards the golden-winged Great Peng. How could the golden-winged Great Peng be afraid? With a scream, it gave up on Ao Zhan and pounced towards the mutated beast. The other 10 demonic beasts also stopped at the same time. They either hid at the side or quickly escaped. Run! Ao Zhan was still dumbfounded as he watched the 2 mutated beasts fight. While he was dumbfounded, Xiao Hua's voice transmission rang in his ears. Xiao Hua's figure swayed like the wind and quickly escaped in a direction. Ao Zhan really admired Xiao Hua's godlike escaping ability. He didn't hesitate to follow behind Xiao Hua. It was unknown whether Ao Zhan's luck was too bad or Xiao Hua's luck was exhausted. The 2 of them only escaped for a moment. Rumble! A thunderous sound came from the side. The thunder flood dragon that was shaken off by Ao Zhan was chasing after him at lightning speed. Its ferocious eyes contained a kind of anger, as if it was being teased by Ao Zhan. "Immortal friend, run!" Ao Zhan hurriedly shouted. "This thunder flood dragon can smell my aura. It's not easy for me to hide. I can't implicate you." As he spoke, Ao Zhan took out an extremely small pearl from the heaven and earth bracelet on his arm. Inside it flashed lightning. "What is this?" Seeing Ao Zhan take out the pearl, Xiao Hua's yuan will swept across the thunder flood dragon and then looked at the thunder pearl in Ao Zhan's hand. His heart moved and he asked curiously, "Immortal friend, what are you doing with this item?" "The thunder flood dragon likes to eat lightning. This is condensed from the lightning of the 9 heavens. I'm using this item to lure the thunder flood dragon away." Ao Zhan looked at the thunder flood dragon nervously and said absent-mindedly. Xiao Hua smiled and shouted, "Immortal friend, I see that you have injuries on your body. If I'm not wrong, you should be injured by the thunder flood dragon. If you use the thunder pearl, I'm afraid it won't work. How about this? I'll help you lure the thunder flood dragon away and you only need to pay a small price." Ao Zhan couldn't believe it. Although Xiao Hua's ability to escape was high, his strength couldn't compare to his. The Thunder Flood Dragon will be here soon. Is fellow Immortal still hesitating? Xiaohua hastily urged. Bao Zhan took a deep breath and asked, "Speak." Xiaohua smiled like a little fox and said, "Immortal friend, you only need to give me a copy of the Jade Eyes book regarding the dragon language." "What do you want these Jade Eyes for?" Bao Zhan was truly puzzled. Xiaohua's request was far beyond his expectations. He even kindly reminded him, the dragon language can only be used with a dragon body and dragon chi. Not only is it useless for a mortal friend, it's also useless for the demon race. You don't have to worry about what I do. If your dragon palace doesn't have this taboo, fellow Immortal can consider giving it to me. Xiaohua hastily pointed and said, "The Thunder Flood Dragon will arrive in an instant." There isn't much time left for fellow Immortal. Bao Zhan pondered for a moment, then took out a jade eye from his universe bracelet. He handed it over to Xiaohua as if he was holding a chicken rib and said, "Thank you, fellow Immortal." After he finished speaking, Bao Zhan didn't dare to reveal his dragon body and quickly flew towards a place. Fellow Immortal, return to the place where the golden-winged Pang and the demon beast were fighting in less than an hour. That place is definitely safe. Seeing Bao Zhan flying away in a hurry, Xiaohua satisfactorily threw the jade eye to the dragon vein Xiaohua and kindly reminded him. Bao Zhan, who was flying far away, was slightly stunned. However, he immediately understood in his heart. Without turning his head, he raised his right hand and gave Xiaohua a thumbs up. However, why does the thumb of the dragon claw look like a bent branch? Rumble! Xiaohua faintly smiled. Lightning surged around his body and he actually flew towards the Thunder Flood Dragon. The Thunder Flood Dragon opened its big mouth and spat out lightning. However, not only was Xiaohua's escape technique fast, his figure was even more nimble. He practically dodged the lightning in the nick of time. Then, his divine sense struck the Thunder Flood Dragon like a hammer. Without caring whether it succeeded or not, he flew towards the golden-winged Pang without turning his head, The Thunder Flood Dragon was once again teased. It couldn't help but become furious. It roared and pounced toward Xiaohua. However, who would have thought that when Xiaohua took the risk to fly closer, he suddenly fell to the ground like a small stone. After that, there was no after that. Because a crazy pillar of fire sprayed towards the Thunder Flood Dragon from the place where Xiaohua disappeared. The Thunder Flood Dragon was caught off guard and was actually sprayed all over. The Thunder Flood Dragon didn't have the time to look at Xiaohua, who had already used the wood escape technique to quickly escape from the huge tree. Lightning surged around its body and it joined the battle. In no more than a moment, the surrounding several hundred li was a mess. There were countless deep pits on the ground, gravel was everywhere, and chunks of huge trees were lying in disarray. In particular, a chaotic and tyrannical aura was flowing incessantly. There weren't any demonic beasts that would linger in the vicinity. This kind of large-scale battle was not uncommon in the legacy world. It didn't matter who won or lost. The victor would be complacent and take this place as their own territory. However, the victor wouldn't stay here for the time being. They could only return to their lair to recuperate. The wind was calm and the waves were calm just now. Therefore, the instigator, Xiaohua, stealthily used the wind escape technique. His figure stuck close to the ground and flew over. The messy huge rocks and huge trees were the best cover. Xiaohua's soul consciousness also wasn't easily detected by demonic beasts. All of this ensured that he wasn't in any danger for the time being. Damn it! Xiaohua flew while looking for a suitable place to hide. His mouth was still cursing. After flying around randomly, I seem to only know the whereabouts of the holy bloodline. Even if I want to find the other bloodlines, it's impossible. Also, the ground of this legacy world is too shameless. There's actually no way to use the earth escape technique. Thinking about how he wanted to use the earth escape technique after using the wood escape technique, he unexpectedly encountered many small demonic beasts that could attack magic power defense within the huge rocks of the mountain peak. Xiaohua was secretly unhappy. Fellow Immortal. Xiaohua saw that there was a gap between several huge rocks. Just as he was about to fly over, he heard Ao Zhan's voice. Xiaohua looked up and saw that Ao Zhan's body had shrunk to a very small size, curling up in the gap. If one didn't look carefully, it wouldn't be easy to find him. Hee, fellow immortal, you've arrived first. Xiaohua smiled and also flew to the other side of the huge tree. Seeing that it was safe, he hid there. Ao Zhan transmitted his voice. Thank you for your help, fellow immortal. Hee. Xiaohua looked at Ao Zhan, thought about the jade eyes in his meridians, and said with a smile, I'm Xiaohua of the Dao sect. I didn't know that fellow immortal Ao was a dragon general of the Dragon Palace. I've offended you. Hee, it doesn't matter. Ao Zhan didn't care and said with a smile, the ignorant are not guilty. I'm indeed somewhat similar to the demonic beasts in the Cold Spirit Valley. You can't blame fellow immortal Xiao. Cold Spirit Valley? Xiaohua frowned, but immediately felt relieved. It was indeed normal for the human race and the Dragon Palace to have two names for the same place. After thinking for a while, he felt that although his goal was the same as Ao Zhan's, his bloodline was definitely different. There might not be any conflict. Moreover, Ao Zhan gave Xiaohua a good impression, so Xiaohua probed, when did fellow immortal Ao come in? Can you find the path to that place? That place? Path? Now it was Ao Zhan's turn to be surprised. Ao Zhan wasn't stupid and felt that it was a little strange. He said with a smile, I came with a few fellow immortals. I'm afraid we've been here for several hours. However, I came here to accompany my family's little prince to gain experience. I haven't reached the place that fellow immortal mentioned, to gain experience. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and thought to himself. He had some connections with the Dragon Palace. Previously, there was Xian Cheng from the West Sea Dragon Palace and then there was Ao Shuai from the East Sea Dragon Palace. However, both of them were cunning and weak. They might not know the secrets of the Dragon Palace or the Dragon Island. In particular, Xiaohua and Ao Shuai had some grudges. Xiaohua wanted to shape Little White's body, so he had to deal with the Dragon Palace and find out the secret of shaping the body from the Dragon Palace. Ao Zhan, the Dragon Guard of the East Sea Dragon Palace, didn't look much different from Ao Shuai, but he acted in an open and upright manner. Xiaohua didn't know much about Ao Zhan, but just now, Ao Zhan took out the Thunder Pearl and was willing to lead the Thunder Flood Dragon away. Also, whether the dragon language Jade Eyes was important or not was also important. If it was Xian Cheng or Ao Shuai, they might not have dared to give it to Xiaohua casually. However, this Ao Zhan didn't say anything and gave it to Xiaohua decisively. His position in the Dragon Palace was also very high. Therefore, Xiaohua thought for a moment and made a decision. He asked with a smile, although this is the first time I met fellow immortal Ao, this Xiao can be sure that when fellow immortal Ao and your young prince entered the Cold Spirit Valley to gain experience, they were brought in by someone else. Oh, or a demon. Ao Zhan's round eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. His ability to escape might not be as good as Xiaohua's, but he was definitely more scheming than Xiaohua. He asked with a smile, fellow immortal Xiao, do you mean that the demon who brought me in has some secrets about me? This Xiao doesn't dare to say whether there are secrets or not. I wonder if fellow immortal Ao can answer a few questions of this Xiao first? Xiaohua asked with confidence. Of course. Ao Zhan nodded. Fellow immortal Ao, you don't have to tell this Xiao where you came in, but can you tell me how you came in? Xiaohua threw out the first question. Ao Zhan thought for a moment and briefly explained. It seems that the demon who brought fellow immortal Ao in also had a token of this place. Xiaohua said with a smile, I just don't know if he could get the token again after coming in. Was there anything strange on his face? Of course. Ao Zhan said again. Okay, then this Xiao will ask fellow immortal Ao again. Does fellow immortal Ao know a way to let the dragon soul reconstruct the dragon body? Xiaohua asked with a very calm face. Of course. Ao Zhan answered without hesitation. Chapter 3772. However, after answering these two words, Ao Zhan didn't say anything else. Xiaohua, who was at the side, almost stretched out a hand from his ear. The specific method. Xiaohua was a little embarrassed. He knew what Ao Zhan meant and asked, "Can fellow immortal Ao tell me?" Ao Zhan shook his head slightly. "This is a secret of my dragon palace. I can't reveal it. Moreover, I don't know what this has to do with that demon." "Hee, of course not." Xiaohua didn't dare to ask more and said with a smile, "However, from fellow immortal Ao's analysis, I can conclude that that demon must be hiding something from fellow immortal Ao. As for what purpose, I don't know." Impossible, right? How could he be so daring? Thinking about King Mulu, Ao Zhan didn't dare to believe it and asked in a low voice, "If possible, can fellow immortal Xiao tell me what he's hiding? That place, what is it?" Speaking up to here, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't hide anything. Moreover, with the original intention of casting a long line to catch a big fish, Xiaohua didn't interrogate Ao Zhan about the secret of the dragon body remodeling and told him about the legacy world in detail. Legacy world. How is this possible? Ao Shuai's eyes widened and he couldn't help but gasp. The legacy world is just a legend. A legend? Xiaohua asked back with a smile, "There's no need for me to say more. Look at the desolate land. There are so many demonic beasts and such large bodies. Can it be a simple place for the demonic race to train? Fellow immortal Xiao should be a human, right?" Ao Shuai didn't answer and asked instead. "Of course." Xiaohua nodded. "Anyone with eyes can see that." Ao Shuai smiled helplessly. "Then how did fellow immortal Xiao come in? What does this legacy world have to do with fellow immortal Xiao?" "Of course I came in with a token," Xiaohua explained. "I have a true bloodline and the token was passed down by my ancestors. My ancestors have been looking for the legacy world to purify the bloodline of my clansmen, but they couldn't find it. I was just lucky. I advise fellow immortal to give up on this idea." Ao Zhan smiled and said, "This legacy world does have the bloodline of a primordial great demon, but that bloodline is incomparably pure and powerful. Only demons with extremely close bloodlines like us can withstand the violence within. Fellow immortal, you are a human. Although you have the bloodline of the true bloodline, your fleshly body is incomparable to that of us demons. Once you come into contact with the true bloodline, your fleshly body will explode. Fellow immortal, you don't have to worry about that." Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm just asking fellow immortal Ao. I don't have any conflicts of interest with fellow immortal Ao, right?" "Of course," Ao Zhan said proudly, "even if fellow immortal Xiao obtains the true dragon's blood, don't worry. This Xiao does not covet the true dragon's blood at all. If I obtain it, I can even give it to fellow immortal Ao." Xiaohua's words were ambiguous, making Ao Zhan feel that he knew where the true dragon's blood was. "Fellow immortal Xiao, you mean?" Ao Zhan narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. "If we cooperate, we will both benefit. If we separate, we will both suffer. Why don't you and I work together?" Xiaohua said, hitting the nail on the head. "Yes, fellow immortal Xiao is a benevolent and righteous person. Although he likes to take advantage of others, he is trustworthy." Ao Zhan nodded. "I feel that this matter can be done. All right, since fellow immortal thinks it can be done, we will discuss it further." When Xiaohua heard Ao Zhan say that he likes to take advantage of others, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. However, he still smiled and said, "Fellow immortal, you can tell me who the demon that brought you here is. We can discuss how to deal with it." When Ao Zhan just said the name of the Stag King, Xiaohua looked as if he had seen a ghost. He immediately thought of Ao Shuai and almost lost his voice. "Fellow immortal Ao. You didn't come with Ao Shuai, right?" "Oh? Fellow immortal Xiao knows the inspector of my East Sea Dragon Palace?" Ao Zhan was slightly stunned. "Is there a rat beside you?" Xiaohua was completely convinced. Ao Zhan nodded. "Forget it." Xiaohua sighed. Really, enemies are bound to meet. Since Xiaohua wanted to cooperate with Ao Zhan, he naturally couldn't hide it. He briefly explained the previous matter. Ao Zhan didn't have any strange expression. He nodded and said, So fellow Immortal and Ao Shuai have such a relationship. I only know about the Star-Picking Tower's dragon bone and the longevity-guarding Paradise River. I didn't know that fellow Immortal Xiao was also involved. Fellow Immortal Zhao's words also confirmed what Ao Shuai said. This matter is very important to my Dragon Palace. Compared to these matters, fellow Immortal Zhao's conflict with Ao Shuai is nothing. As for old demon Jifeng, he is just a little rat. It's fine to ignore him. Good. Xiaohua was very happy. He smiled and said, then let us discuss how to get the true blood. Of course we have to discuss. Ao Zhan said with a double meaning. We might even need fellow Immortal Zhao's help. He understood. Once Xiaohua heard Ao Zhan's words, he knew that the so-called East Sea Dragon Palace's young prince was involved. He had never seen any bullshit young prince. That young prince might be able to help him, but who told Xiaohua to have no fate with the young prince? The two communicated with each other for almost an hour. Sure enough, no demon beasts came to disturb them in this messy land. After the two finished their discussion, they rested for a meal. Gradually, slightly smaller demon beasts appeared in the surroundings. Fellow Immortal Ao, I'm leaving. In a while, we will act according to our previous agreement. Xiaohua released his soul awareness. After a moment, he said in a low voice, Fellow Immortal, there seems to be a vermilion bird coming over from your left. It must be the Zhu Mei that fellow Immortal mentioned. This demon beast was invited by the Stag King. I don't know if she already knows about the Stag King's scheme. You better not tell him. Ao Zhan didn't dare to release his soul awareness. He was a bit curious as to how Xiaohua knew about Zhu Mei's arrival. This was because he didn't sense Xiaohua releasing his soul awareness. However, this wasn't what he was most curious about. He transmitted his voice again. Fellow Immortal Xiao, you and I don't need to make a demon alliance or a blood oath? Xiaohua knew that the demon alliance was the same as the scholarly oath and the Dao Sect's blood oath. They were all guarantees when forming an alliance. He smiled and said, if I didn't believe fellow Immortal Ao, I wouldn't have met fellow Immortal Ao. However, since you believe me, I'm not afraid that fellow Immortal will go back on his word. After all, this matter is led by me. Fellow Immortal Ao, do you think you will go back on your word? Ao Zhan hesitated and nodded slightly. If fellow Immortal Xiao doesn't go back on his word, I probably won't. However, the human race has always been cunning. Without an alliance, I'm a bit worried. Haha, I don't dare to talk about other people, but this is the first and only time that fellow Immortal Ao will cooperate with the Demon League. After saying that, Xiaohua's figure swayed, and he went in the opposite direction of Zhu Mei. Ao Zhan slightly raised his head and looked in the direction Xiaohua disappeared. A smile appeared in his eyes. This guy seems stingy and calculative, but he's actually so straightforward when it comes to important matters. This really makes me curious. However, not cooperating with the Demon Alliance, it doesn't seem to affect me much, right? Roar! Ao Zhan roared in a low voice and released his origin sense. In the distance, although Zhu Mei wasn't as miserable as Ao Zhan, she still seemed to be a bit cautious. When she heard Ao Zhan's voice and sensed his origin sense, she hurriedly sped up and rushed to Ao Zhan's side. When she saw the emotions in the surroundings, Zhu Mei's expression changed slightly. She asked in surprise, General Ao, you're seriously injured? What kind of demonic beast did you fight with? Ao Zhan came out from his hiding place and waved his hand. I'm not that strong. This is the result of a fight between a golden-winged roc and a thunder flood dragon, as well as a few other demonic beasts. Golden-winged roc. When someone as strong as Zhu Mei heard this, she shrunk her neck that couldn't be seen. As a member of the Vermilion Bird clan, how could she not know how strong a roc was? She then looked at Ao Zhan and smiled bitterly. General Ao, you're really lucky to be able to escape from the claws of the golden-winged roc. Fortunately, this golden-winged roc isn't a pure roc. It might have some of the golden-winged roc's bloodline. Ao Zhan also had a lingering fear. He looked into the distance and said, we haven't even started training yet, but we've already encountered so many demonic beasts. What do you think we should do next? Although Ao Zhan didn't look at Zhu Mei, he glanced at her from the corner of his eyes and waited for her reaction. Zhu Mei didn't notice. She didn't have eyelids or eyebrows, so there was no obvious expression on her face. She replied, "I don't know either. Let's go find the Stag King first and see what arrangements he has." However, it seems that this Cold Spirit Valley is a bit strange. It's not particularly suitable for training. Maybe. The Stag King said that this is where the Sun Devourer demons train. It's normal for these demonic beasts to be so strong. Then what about the so-called reward? Ao Zhan probed again. Zhu Mei also withdrew her origin sense and said curiously, "Of course it's the demonic cores of these demonic beasts. Could there be something else?" "Damn it." Ao Zhan cursed. "Do you think we can kill the Thunderflood Dragon? Even without the Thunderflood Dragon, we can still kill demonic beasts with the strength of hair removal, intelligence opening, and light gathering." Zhu Mei seemed a little excited. These demonic beasts don't cultivate. They purely rely on the power of the stars and moon. Their naturally formed demonic cores, skin, flesh, and blood are all good things. If they don't cultivate, they don't have the qualifications to be included in the ranks of hair removal, intelligence opening, and light gathering. Ao Zhan sneered, knowing Zhu Mei's plan. Zhu Mei's beak moved up and down, as if she was smacking her lips. She was very disdainful of the Dragon Clan's arrogance. Of course, the Dragon Clan was included in the ancient Demon Clan. However, no one in the Demon Clan today knew why the Dragon Clan separated from the Demon Clan. However, it was obvious that the Dragon Clan looked down on the ordinary Demon Clan and was unwilling to be associated with them. Everyone could see their arrogance. "Where's the Mu-Lu King?" Ao Zhan asked again. "Where did you agree to wait with him?" "Like you, we were separated. We were in a hurry and didn't agree to a place." Zhu Mei looked at some low-level demonic beasts in the distance and said, "It's just a general direction." Chapter 3773. Let's go. We'll kill our way over. Ao Zhan's figure gradually flashes with auspicious clouds. The more powerful strange beasts in the valley have just fought. We can take advantage of this opportunity to enter. Kill. Zhu Mei coldly shouts. Flames shoot out from her body in all directions as she flies towards the battlefield. However, under Zhu Mei's intentional control, the flames that can soar to the sky are not particularly conspicuous. As expected, I can hear it. Although it's a bit vague, when I cultivate it in the future, I'll definitely be able to hear it clearly. Xiaohua has already flown far away, leaving only a trace of soul consciousness to scout the surroundings. Seeing Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan fly out to kill strange beasts, he also smiles evilly. Damn it, why didn't this old man think of it? Even if I can't get any holy bloodline, it's also good to get some demon beast flesh and demon core. Who knows, these flesh and bones might have some uses. Speaking of this, Xiaohua naturally thinks of the Mo Zhao corpse he obtained in the Mo Zhao Black Forest. The brain matter is really useful. The Buddha's heavenly eye was successfully cultivated in this way. Moreover, he obtained the essence of the void-penetrating beast in the void. At this time, the essence was gradually absorbed by the delirium transcendence eye. Although the heavenly eye was cultivated by the Buddha's relic Bodhi, Xiaohua's delirium transcendence eye can also borrow it. What makes Xiaohua especially happy is that in addition to seeing further, the delirium transcendence eye has a new function, which is to hear some secret sound transmissions. Just now, Xiaohua left his soul consciousness to try out this newly obtained ability. Although he is far away from Ao Zhan and Zhu Mei and might not be able to hear anything clearly, this is enough to make Xiaohua jump for joy. The delirium transcendence eye itself doesn't have this ability. It should be the Buddha's heavenly eye. The so-called heavenly eye can see everything in the world. Everything is not just an illusion, it can also be sound and so on. In the past, didn't Master Qing Qin of the Snowy Mountain use heavenly ear to see everything? It's normal for this Xiao to hear everything with heavenly eye. Some Mo Zhao have such an effect, then what about the strange beasts in the legacy world? Thinking of this, the greedy Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a fire burning in his heart. Nowadays, primal stones could no longer move him. What he loved the most was the flesh and yao cores of these strange beasts. The legacy world was naturally a barrier. Unlike the outside world, the sun star and the moon star in the sky didn't rise and fall alternately. Xiaohua's soul consciousness was also very useful. After killing for half a day, he had a lot of harvest. Although he also encountered a few extremely powerful strange beasts, Xiaohua relied on his soul consciousness and escape technique to escape. He simply couldn't bear the brunt of their attacks. Facing such an opponent, those strange beasts could only respond with a roar and chase to the edge of their own forces before stopping. What a great harvest! After escaping from a strange beast that looked like an earthworm but was even larger than the thunder flood dragon, Xiaohua watched from afar as the strange beast spat out strange bubbles. When the bubbles landed on the ground, they corroded the huge rocks on the ground. Xiaohua stretched his body and laughed loudly. Then, Xiaohua looked to the left and said with a bitter smile, "This direction seems to be where Ao Zhan and I agreed to meet. Unfortunately, I didn't dare to let Fuji win out. Otherwise, I would have been able to confirm it." "Oh, it should be right." Right at this moment, several roars and wails could be heard in the distance. Several streaks of demonic aura and multicolored light soared into the sky. It was rather chaotic. Xiaohua smiled. He knew that it was Ao Zhan and the others who had arrived. He urged his body and flew into the distance. Not long after, a strange beast that looked like a mantis flew out of the giant forest. Its long forearms had sharp pincers that were more than 10 feet long. Every time it waved, thin and long black lines appeared on the edge of the pincers, as if it was tearing the void. The strength of this strange beast was evident. "This thing is somewhat similar to the strange beast I encountered in the void." Xiaohua urged his transcendence golden body and took out the wishful steel rod. Looking at this strange beast, he secretly thought, "It's a pity that the spirit-killing light hasn't been refined yet. Otherwise, I could try using it." Fight! Seeing that the strange beast's wings were emitting a breathtaking noise as it flew over aggressively, the aura used to perceive the enemy had already swept over. Xiaohua raised the wishful steel rod and rushed over with a loud shout. Strange beasts that could occupy their territory were, of course, powerful. Although this strange mantis-like beast could not be compared to the strange beast in the void, its body was also tough. The sharpness of its pincers and the strength of its arms were beyond Xiaohua's expectations. Xiaohua could only fight this strange beast to a draw with the wishful steel rod and the heavenly staff technique. Of course, while Xiaohua was surprised, he still followed his plan and retreated in the direction of Ao Zhan and the other demons. Ao Zhan and the other demons were naturally in the distance. With the experience of killing mutated beasts and the tactic of roaming, Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan did not spend much effort to find old demon Ji Feng, Ao Shuai, and the other demons. As for King Mu Lu, there was no trace of him at first. Ao Zhan did not know whether the Stag King was intentional or not, but he already believed Xiaohua's words. However, Ao Zhan's purpose was to accompany Ao Qian to gain experience. It would be best if he could obtain the so-called true dragon bloodline. Even if he could not, he would not have too many regrets. After all, the foundation of the Dragon Palace was not what Xiaohua thought. Ao Zhan had many means to cultivate. With Zhu Mei, a similarly proud demon, beside him, Ao Qian was also domineering. He took out his full spirit to attack and kill monsters. In this half a day, although Ao Qian and Zhu Mei did not compete, the two demons' harvest was far more than Ao Zhan, Ao Shuai, and old demon Ji Feng. As for the old demon Ji Feng, although he had some fortuitous encounters after the Bronze Pillar Country auction, and his strength was no longer the same as before, he was still a far cry from the likes of Ao Qian and Zhu Mei. He did not dare to snatch any demonic beasts from the two demons, and only dealt with some small demonic beasts nearby. When there were any abnormalities, he would immediately meet up with the 3 dragons and the vermilion bird, and his harvest was not small. Things were quite strange. Just when Ao Zhan thought that he would not meet the Stag King after meeting Xiaohua, the Stag King appeared. Moreover, it appeared with a fierce beast that looked like a fierce wolf. The huge, fierce beast was surrounded by light brown demon clouds. Its eyes were filled with blood-red filaments. Its flying speed was much faster than the Stag King. However, this fierce wolf did not have much spiritual intelligence. It was not as cunning as the Stag King. Every time it was about to catch up to the Stag King, he would escape. The Stag King did not dare to release too much of his Yuan Shen. When he saw Zhu Mei and the other demons, he did not care about anything else. Without hesitation, he shouted and rushed over. Zhu Mei and Ao Qian naturally would not save him. However, this fierce wolf was indeed powerful. When it saw that the Stag King had helpers, it howled and attracted a pack of wolves. Facing the powerful wolf pack, Zhu Mei and Ao Qian had no choice but to escape again. Of course, the 6 demons were lucky this time and did not scatter. It was when they escaped the fierce wolf's pursuit that, under Ao Zhan's intentional guidance, they encountered 4 strange beasts similar to spirit apes. These 4 spirit apes were slightly weaker than fierce wolf. Zhu Mei and Ao Qian, under shame and anger, had already used all of their strength. With the help of Ao Zhan, they killed one of the spirit apes. Just as they were about to attack again, they heard a clear "Ti." The golden-winged rock appeared again. Although it was still far away from Ao Zhan and the others, its fierce aura had already scared the 3 dragons. Without any hesitation, the 3 dragons broke away from the battle of the 3 spirit apes and flew towards the direction of Xiaohua. Zhu Mei, Ao Qian, and the others naturally did not continue to fight. The 3 spirit apes got the upper hand and roared behind the 6 demons, beginning to chase after them. Ao Qian turned into a light blue dragon form. He did not dare to be too arrogant and was only a few hundred feet long. Just as he was heading forward, he suddenly heard a roar and a strange "he" sound. He almost shouted without hesitation, "Oh Zhan, there are strange beasts in front." Before he could finish, Ao Zhan had already released his Yuan Shin and shouted, "Don't panic, little prince. There seems to be a demon that came in to train in front. He's fighting with a demon that looks like a Zhou beast." While speaking, Ao Zhan had already looked at the Stag King and Zhu Mei, who were not far behind him, carefully observing the expressions of the 2 demons. How is that possible? The Stag King, who had suffered a lot, naturally did not dare to release his Yuan Shin. At this time, when he heard Ao Zhan's words, he could not help but have a trace of surprise on his face. This surprise also had a flash of panic. Although this panic was very subtle, it was clearly seen by Ao Zhan. It can't be? Zhu Mei also found it strange and hurriedly released her Yuan Shin. When she saw it clearly, she said in surprise, "No, that's not right. This does not seem to be a demon. It's a human." Human? As they spoke, all the demons released their Yuan Shin. When they saw the appearance of the Dharma body clearly, whether it was the Stag King, Ao Shuai, or the old demon Ji Feng, a look of disbelief appeared on their faces. Xiaohua? This is Xiaohua. No, it can't be Xiaohua. The old demon Ji Feng really did not dare to see the awe-inspiring Xiaohua actually gamble with a Zhou beast. This human strength is not bad. Zhu Mei spread her wings and said hurriedly, "Although he is not a match for this Zhou beast and may be able to escape from the claws of the Zhou beast, he will be of help. Let's go meet him and train together." The Stag King did not hesitate to stop her. "Zhu Mei, this cold spirit valley is the sacred training ground of our demon race. It was left behind from the ancient times. No matter how strong this human is, he should not covet the ancient grace of our demon race. Moreover, in my opinion, it is precisely because of this human's appearance here that it caused the demon beasts to mutate and caused our training to become so unpredictable. If we want to train here and let the demon beasts in the cold spirit valley settle down, we must first kill this human." Ao Zhan laughed. The old demon Ji Feng gritted his teeth and said, "That's right. If it was someone else, this old man may be able to tolerate it a little. However, this Xiaohua has repeatedly ruined this old man's plans. Now that I have seen this demon here, it is his death." Chapter 3774. Ao Zhan saw that old monster Ji Feng was so angry that he actually called himself Old Man. Obviously, he hated Xiaohua to the bone. He couldn't help but look at Ao Shuai. What do you think? Ao Shuai was startled and hurriedly smiled. Little Prince and General Ao are here. I don't have the right to speak. Little Prince, please make the decision. Kill. You must kill. Ao Qian shouted proudly. This is the training ground for us demons. How can we allow humans to covet it? All right. Ao Zhan nodded. Since Little Prince wants to kill, then let's kill. As he spoke, Ao Zhan raised his dragon head to the sky and was about to roar. But at this moment, Zhu Mei, who had always been at odds with Ao Qian, sneered. What a bunch of idiots! Strange beasts are everywhere in the Cold Spirit Valley. We were chased away by the strange beasts before we even started our training. Now that a helper has finally appeared, regardless of whether he is a human or a demon, we should try to rope him in. How could we kill him without even asking? Don't you want to leave this Cold Spirit Valley? Don't you think so, Stag King? This. Stag King obviously knew that Zhu Mei was being serious with Ao Qian. He definitely had to stand on Zhu Mei's side. But if he let Xiaohua go, who knew if Xiaohua knew about this legacy realm? Stag King was very hesitant. He didn't dare to gamble. All right, Stag King. Ao Zhan suddenly thought of something and hurriedly shouted. I haven't asked you yet. Why is this Cold Spirit Valley training only the beginning? How can we get out of this Cold Spirit Valley? I don't care about training. I want to ensure the safety of my little prince. That's right. Ao Shuai suddenly realized and hurriedly asked. Mu Lu King, where is the exit of this Cold Spirit Valley? The entrance from before is already gone. Do we still need to rely on? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ao Qian said angrily. Ao Shuai, go and kill that human. Let's see who dares. Zhu Mei snorted coldly as the flames around her body surged out. Ao Qian was furious. He hesitated as he looked at Ao Shuai. Ji Feng shrank his head back and was about to fly out when Ao Zhan chuckled from the side. Young Prince, this general feels that Zhu Mei is right. Although we can't possibly be in the same boat as this human brat, wouldn't it be better to let him be a shield and charge at the front? Ao Qian was naturally afraid of Ao Zhan. Hearing Ao Zhan's words, he said coldly, your despicable methods really make this king feel uncomfortable. Forget it, do as you please. Seeing that Ao Qian had agreed, Stag King felt even more uneasy. He really regretted hiding it from him earlier. Unfortunately, at this point, he couldn't explain himself. He thought of an old saying of the human race. It's easy to tell a lie, but it's difficult to make up 100 lies to cover it up. Let's go, the golden-winged rock is chasing us. Ao Zhan sneered in his heart. He raised his head and roared a few times. He urged Zhu Mei, we'll go help this human cultivator first and then ask him if he has a way to avoid the golden-winged rock. He's just a human cultivator, how would he know? Stag King bit his lips and said hesitantly, besides, will he cooperate with us? Zhu Mei glanced at Stag King and said, why not? Since he can enter Cold Spirit Valley, he naturally has other tokens. Maybe he knows other entrances and exits. You discuss with him and choose the safest exit. But Stag King secretly complained and could only nod in agreement. He followed the demons and flew toward Xiaohua. You human cultivator, I'll help you. Zhu Mei used hidden Immortal Continent's human language to send a message. She spread her wings and rushed towards Xiang and Beast. The red flames in her mouth flew out like a fireball. Xiaohua naturally looked at the flying Zhu Mei with surprise. He almost smashed the wishful staff in his hand. Don't be afraid, I'm not a demon beast of Cold Spirit Valley. I'm Zhu Mei of Thousand Demons' Sacred Realm. Zhu Mei blocked the sharp claws of Xiang and Beast for Xiaohua and shouted, I'm training in this Cold Spirit Valley. At this time, Stag King also flew over and shouted, Xiaohua, why did you come to my demon race's Cold Spirit Valley to train? Xiaohua saw Stag King and his face turned pale with fright. He then scanned the distance with his divine sense and was even more surprised. He urged his spiritual power as if he was about to activate an escape technique. However, Xiao Hua still said curiously, This is clearly the 100 Demons mountain used by my human race for training. How did it become the demon race's Cold Spirit Valley? Stag Kingherd and his hanging heart immediately calmed down. Seeing Xiao Hua's cautious look, he hurriedly smiled and said, Fellow Immortal Xiao, don't be afraid. Whether it's your human race's 100 Demons mountain or my demon race's Cold Spirit Valley, both are places for training. Moreover, it's not the first time we've met. Although there were some grudges before, since we've met again, what do those grudges count for? Why don't you and I work together in the same boat and complete this training to the end? How could Xiao Hua believe Stag King? While his figure flew into the distance, he shouted, Fellow Immortal Zhu, thank you for your help. However, there's a difference between you and me, humans and demons. I just happened to get an opportunity and inexplicably barged into this place. It's better if I don't disturb your training. I'll find the exit myself. Roar. Ao Zhan was already impatient. He scanned the approaching golden-winged great peng behind him with his divine sense. He flew and landed not far from Xiao Hua and shouted, You human race! I'll give you a chance to choose. Do you want to die in my hands, or do you want to train with me first? Roar! While speaking, Ao Zhan also flew to the left of Xiao Hua and blocked his escape path. Xiao Hua's face revealed bitterness. He pondered for a moment and said, Fellow immortals, you're all powerful. Why do you have to make things difficult for a small human cultivator? If fellow immortals let me go, I can give you all the gains I've obtained from the trial. Hee hee. Ao Zhan said with a smile, The gains from your training are yours. We don't need them. You just need to tell me how to get out of here. When Stag King heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. At first, he felt that Ao Zhan was suspicious of him. However, when he saw the look of realization on Xiao Hua's face, he also understood that this was Ao Zhan's stalling tactic. He couldn't help but laugh at his own suspicious thoughts. Hee hee, fellow immortal, you must be from the dragon race of the Dragon Palace, right? I wonder which dragon palace of the 4 seas you belong to? Xiao Hua seemed to have seen through Ao Zhan's thoughts and said with a smile, I naturally know where the exit is. However, do you think I'll tell you? Oh, fellow immortal, you don't have to think about soul-searching. I'm a Dao sect cultivator. I'm much more proficient in this aspect than you. As long as I'm willing, I can erase the memories of this place in a few breaths. Damn it. Let's go. Zhu Mei forced the Xiangyi beast away with a mouthful of scarlet flames and even shattered its claws. He might not be afraid of the Xiangyi beast, but he was afraid of the golden-winged rock that was getting closer and closer. He couldn't help but curse and urge, I don't want your exit. I know where the exit of this Cold Spirit Valley is. When Xiao Hua heard this, his expression changed again. He seemed to understand that his value had decreased by a bit. He looked at the aggressive golden-winged rock in the distant sky and gritted his teeth. Fellow immortals, follow me. I've already gotten rid of this golden-winged rock. After speaking, Xiao Hua took the lead and flew towards a place. Alright. Ao Zhan also flew up and said, If you can take us away from this golden-winged rock, I'll spare your life. The direction Xiao Hua was flying in was naturally where the golden-winged Great Peng was previously injured. As he expected, the golden-winged Great Peng had already begun to slow down when there was still quite a distance between them and that place. When the demons and Xiao Hua had completely flown into that place, the golden-winged Great Peng let out a few cries in midair in a very unwilling manner before turning around and flying away. Shoo! Xiao Hua's expression didn't relax at all. He said in a low voice, Fellow immortals, don't release your origin sense. Follow me and fly in that direction. After speaking, Xiao Hua flew to the ground in a serious manner. Sometimes he flew to the left and sometimes he flew to the right. When he flew to a place where huge trees grew, he carefully instructed the demons to hide. In a short moment, a strange, centipede-like beast that was 1,000 zhang long flew across the sky. Its fierce aura swept across the sky and the ground, as if a king was inspecting his territory. After the centipede flew away, Xiao Hua hurriedly led the demons to fly for a little less than an hour before stopping. He pulled away from Ao Zhan and the other demons and said with a smile, All right, This place should be safe for the next 2 hours. That's right. Zhu Mei looked at Xiao Hua and nodded. Human cultivators are indeed astute. My foresight is still extremely accurate. I'm afraid we 1,000 demons, sacred realm demons, wouldn't be able to grasp the timing so accurately. I wouldn't dare. Xiao Hua replied. I've also almost lost my life several times before I learned a lesson. Perhaps I can use this to escape. Seeing that Xiao Hua was valued by Zhu Mei, old demon Ji Feng knew he couldn't make a move here. He had no choice but to restrain the overflowing hatred in his heart and lowered his rat eyes to look at the ground. Stag King was still worried and asked in a low voice, Fellow Immortal Xiao, you? How did you enter the 100 Demon Mountain? Where is the exit that you know of? I'm sorry, Stag King. Xiao Hua refused without hesitation. This is my privacy. It's not convenient to tell everyone. However, since everyone can enter this place, you should also have your demon race's ink cloud pupil, right? Where is the exit? It should be clearly recorded inside. When Stag King heard this, he was already 90% relieved. He looked at Zhu Mei and the other demons with certainty and nodded with a smile. Fellow Immortal Xiao is right, we naturally know how to get out. Now, what this king wants to discuss with you is how we should live together, train together, and safely leave this place together. Chapter 3775. Ao Zhan looked at Stag King and thought to himself. According to Xiao Hua's words and Zhu Mei's performance, he could basically determine that Stag King was indeed hiding something, and this concealment was something even Zhu Mei didn't know about. Of course, he couldn't be sure if Zhu Mei really didn't know. At this moment, Ao Zhan was in an extremely difficult position. Although Xiao Hua wouldn't fight with him for the true dragon's blood, Xiao Hua wasn't willing to tell him the way out. Obviously, this was Xiao Hua's secret. If he wanted to leave this legacy world, he had to rely on Stag King's keepsake. However, he wasn't sure if he would know how to use the token he took from the Stag King. Even if he captured the Stag King, it was still unknown if he could get the method to leave the relic world from the Stag King's memories. Perhaps Ao Zhan was looking forward to some unforeseen event after he obtained the true dragon's blood, but he didn't dare to place his hopes on it. He didn't dare to gamble with his life and Ao Qian's life. Moreover, there was Zhu Mei next to him. He didn't have full confidence in capturing Zhu Mei. Why are you so long-winded? Ao Qian said coldly. Xiao Hua, Ao Shui just told me about the enmity between you two. To be honest, this isn't a special enmity. Isn't it just a broken Pegasus? Is there a need to go so far? Yes, what little prince said is right. Old demon Ji Feng, who was at the side, hurriedly expressed his position. Actually, it's all this lowly one's fault for being too shallow and scheming against fellow Immortal Xiao. Today, this lowly one will speak openly to fellow Immortal Xiao in front of the young prince. The grudges between fellow Immortal Xiao and this lowly one will be written off. That's right, this is a true monster of my 1,000-monster sacred realm. Zhu Mei had the same opinion as Ao Qian and said with a smile, there's no need to worry about such a small matter. Damn it, how can that be a small matter? Old Monster Zhifeng's heart was bleeding. That's the blood essence of a radiant beast. You guys can't see it, but I care about it very much. Alright, since fellow Taoist Jifeng has spoken like this, then I have no choice but to express that I'm willing to advance and retreat together with all fellow Taoists and pass through this period of tempering in the 100 Demon Mountain. Xiao Hua spoke out hurriedly, seeming to be deeply afraid that old demon Jifeng would change his mind. The Stag King pondered on the side. Seeing that the situation was unstoppable, he smiled and said, Immortal friend Xiao, you're training here alone. If you stay with us, you'll have a great advantage. Don't you think you should show some sincerity? This. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, how about this? It's not convenient for this Xiao to tell everyone where the specific exit of the 100 Monster Mountain is, but this Xiao can point out a general direction. What's the use of pointing in a direction? Besides, this king will not use your human race's exit. Aog said coldly. Don't worry, little prince. Stag King laughed. Xiao Hua pointing out a direction can at least be considered as sincerity. And if it's because of me, the exit I know of is not suitable, we can find another exit. Xiaohua, speak quickly. Ao Zhan said impatiently, if you're unwilling, then you can leave by yourself. Xiaohua nodded with a smile, then hurriedly pointed at the 3 places that didn't have the bloodline of the absolute saint. It's there. The Stag King's heart was completely at ease. He smiled and said, seems like immortal friend Zhao's exit is completely different from my monster races. So there's another exit? Xiaohua was also stunned, a strange expression appearing on his face. Nonsense, the entrance is different, so the exit is naturally different. Ao Zhan sneered, but suddenly he was startled again. He looked at Xiaohua fiercely and shouted, speak! Did you follow behind us into the Cold Spirit Valley? That's right. At this moment, old monster Jifeng also woke up and hurriedly added fuel to the fire. He hid behind us and entered the Cold Spirit Valley. Otherwise, you waited behind us? Xiaohua's mouth revealed a contemptuous smile. He clapped his hand and took out an ink cloud pupil. He said, this Xiao naturally has my human race's ink cloud pupil. There's no need for me to follow behind you. Besides, with this Xiao's cultivation, can I hide behind you without being discovered? This king wants to see this ink cloud pupil. The Stag King stretched out his hand and said. Xiaohua retracted his hand and kept the ink cloud pupil. He replied indifferently, impossible. If you don't believe this Xiao, then just pretend you never saw this Xiao. Do you think you can still escape from our hands? Old monster Jifeng sneered. Demonic clouds appeared under his feet, ready to pounce at any time. Ah! Xiaohua laughed loudly. This Xiao can't escape, but in a moment, the strange beasts in this territory will come. This Xiao's spiritual sense can attract the attention of these strange beasts. Immortal friends, your spiritual sense shouldn't be able to escape their attention, right? Without this Xiao's secret technique, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to reach the exit, right? Ao Qian was furious. Just as he was about to jump out, Ao Zhan hurriedly said, forget it. Since you're useful, why can't we train together? Ao Qian was a bit angry. He glanced at Ao Zhan with dissatisfaction. Ao Zhan smiled bitterly. He couldn't tell Ao Qian about his agreement with Xiaohua. With Ao Qian's temper, wouldn't he immediately fall out with the Stag King? Even Zhu Mei was involved? Good. Xiaohua clapped. We'll do as you say. How should I address you, immortal friend? Ao Zhan immediately reported his name to Xiaohua, but didn't reveal Ao Qian's identity. Xiaohua didn't care. He looked around and his expression changed. He hurriedly urged, not good, that strange beast has already come out. Let's go. Zhu Mei's expression changed even more. He didn't know how Xiaohua sensed the strange beast's movements, but he didn't dare to release his spiritual sense. However, at this moment, a world-shaking roar sounded. A terrifying aura rushed towards them from afar. Who released their spiritual sense? Zhu Mei angrily scolded. Ao Qian shouted without any trace of politeness, of course it's this king. If I don't look, who knows if Xiaohua is telling the truth? Damn it. Zhu Mei knew Ao Qian wasn't wrong. However, he was still very angry that strange beasts were attracted. At this moment, old monster Jifeng looked at Xiaohua's figure in shock. He said in a low voice, your wind escape technique has actually reached such a level. If you don't leave now, you won't have the chance to. Xiaohua didn't answer. He didn't even turn his head. Little prince, let's go. Ao Zhan saw Xiaohua's serious tone and knew he wasn't deliberately mystifying things. He hurriedly urged. A group of human monsters were fleeing in panic. Because of this strange beast's roar, many other strange beasts were attracted. If not for Xiaohua's spiritual sense and Zhu Mei, Ao Zhan and Ao Qian's bitter battle, they wouldn't have been able to escape safely. Of course, it was also because of this that Zhu Mei and Ao Qian's killing intent towards Xiaohua gradually disappeared. At least, before they found a way out, they wouldn't have any killing intent. The one leading the way was naturally still the Stag King. Although the path he took wasn't straight and they had to train and kill monsters along the way, the path the monsters took was quite a turn. However, as the monsters they encountered became stronger and stronger, the monsters also understood that this path should be correct. The exit of the training should be in the distance. As for Xiaohua, although he didn't show it on his face, he muttered in his heart. Because the path the Stag King led was where the bloodline of the Absolute Saint was, it was already different from the direction Si Yinding pointed out. However, after thinking about it, Xiaohua understood. He knew that there was probably more than one place in the legacy world where the bloodline of the ancient big monsters was stored. The bloodline of the fallen Gold Mountains Yu family might not be of a high level, so it might not be in the same place as the Stag King's bloodline. Therefore, when Ao Zhan occasionally asked about it via voice transmission, Xiaohua also told him his speculations without hiding anything. However, in his heart, he was secretly thinking about how he could obtain the bloodline of the Absolute Saint without letting Zhu Mei, Ao Qian, and the other monsters know. After advancing for a few days, there were a few more fierce battles. Not only were Zhu Mei, Ao Qian, and Ao Zhan wounded, but even Xiaohua's Transcendence golden body was torn in several places. A tall altar appeared in the distant sky. The Stag King pointed with his finger and said, "Everyone, the exit of the Cold Spirit Valley is in front of us. As long as we kill our way to the altar, our training in the Cold Spirit Valley will be over." Motherfucker, this experience is too dangerous. No matter how proud Ao Qian was, he couldn't help but sigh at this time. I have also trained on the Dragon Island several times. Even the test on the Dragon Island seems to be not as fierce as the Cold Spirit Valley. Dragon Island? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Ao Zhan. In these few days, Ao Zhan was still very tight-lipped and didn't reveal the location of the Dragon Island at all. Ao Shui smiled and said, "Young Lord is right. If it weren't for the Stag King's guidance and Xiaohua's secret technique, our training would be 40% more difficult. It's more than 40%. Zhu Mei snorted coldly. We are simply opportunistic. How can this be considered training? How many strange beasts did you kill and how many monster cores did you get? This. Ao Shui was a little embarrassed. At this time, Xiaohua suddenly shouted, "Oh no! I understand. This last part should be the final test of the 100 Monsters Mountain. There seems to be some incomplete records in my ink cloud pupil. I didn't know before, but now I understand. As long as we pass this place, there will be another way out of the altar inside." Yes, that's right. The Stag King hurriedly echoed. As long as we pass the final test, our training will be over. As he spoke, the Stag King looked at his universe bracelet and smiled. Although this place is quite dangerous and is extremely unfavorable for our training, I have gained a lot. When I return to the Thousand Monsters Sacred Realm, after a period of cultivation, I will definitely be able to enter. What kind of training is this? Ao Qian said unhappily. I almost became the food of the golden-winged rock. Young lord. Xiaohua heard and his expression changed greatly. He hurriedly shouted, "You must be quiet. The monsters of the 100 Monsters Mountain are not to be talked about." Ao Qian was somewhat familiar with Xiaohua. He sneered and said, "If you have the ability, let the golden-winged rock come again." Chapter 3776. Call. At this moment, a clear cry came from afar. Wasn't that the golden-winged rock that Ao Qian, Ao Zhan, and Ao Shui were very afraid of? Damn it, it's really like a ghost that won't go away. Ao Qian's mouth was very hard, and his expression was also very arrogant. But in the face of a Xiantian great enemy, how could he dare to be careless? As he spoke, his figure flew towards the direction of the altar, completely ignoring Xiaohua. Ao Zhan and Ao Shui also looked at the golden-winged rock in the distance, and hurriedly flew in. Zhu Mei sneered. Could this be the legendary escape? Zhu Mei and Ao Qian had been fighting all the way until now, when they rushed to the last level of the altar. This half a step late in his eyes was not a small victory. Seeing Zhu Mei also fly away, Xiaohua looked at King Mu Lu and old monster Ji Feng and said with a smile, "It seems that dragon meat is more fragrant, spreading thousands of miles with the wind." Even at the entrance of the 100-monster mountain, it can still attract the golden-winged Great Peng. The golden-winged rock's reputation was not just for show. Even Zhu Mei had fled. How could Mu Lu King and Ji Feng not be scared? But the two demons had some small thoughts, so they managed to stay until the end. Ji Feng glanced at Xiao Hua and sneered, "This old man feels that human meat is much more fragrant than dragon meat. Demons are demons. This Xiao disdains to be associated with them." Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Feng with contempt. He raised his head and laughed and flew after Zhu Mei. Ji Feng was so angry that his tail was trembling, and his rat claws pointed at Xiao Hua's back as he shouted. Mu Lu King watched Xiao Hua fly away, and his heart relaxed. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. If you have the ability, go kill him." Ji Feng stuttered a few times, then gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, this old man will definitely not let him leave Cold Spirit Valley. Whether he leaves or not, it has nothing to do with this king." The Stag King said indifferently. He also looked at the distant horizon with lingering fear. He stepped on the demon cloud and chased after them. The 6 demons flew for less than an hour. They saw that the ground was very calm, and they didn't see any powerful demon beasts. The 6 demons didn't dare to release their primordial thoughts, but Xiao Hua used his soul consciousness to explore for a long time. He even looked at the altar several times, but he still didn't see anything unusual. How strange! Not only was Xiao Hua astonished, but even the Stag King and the other monsters were also bewildered. If something was out of the ordinary, then it was a monster. These monsters naturally understood this principle, so in this calm, no one dared to lower their guard. They were even more cautious as they flew towards the altar, not daring to be too fast or too slow. Swish swish. Faintly, there seemed to be some kind of strange sound transmitted into Xiao Hua's slightly opened illusion breaker Dharma eye. Xiao Hua stared blankly. When he opened his Dharma eye to take a look, he found nothing. Judging from the Stag King's performance, there must be a true bloodline on the altar. As for whether there is true dragon blood, I don't know yet. Xiao Hua looked at the altar and thought to himself. However, according to this Xiao's perception, there must be a holy bloodline on the altar. In other words, although the outer layer of the altar wasn't the last layer of the trial, it was where the strongest demonic beasts resided to protect the altar. Xiao Hua thought as he slowed down his flight. His eyes inadvertently looked at the ground, and he suddenly cried out involuntarily. "What's wrong?" Ao Zhan paid the most attention to Xiao Hua. When he heard Xiao Hua's cry, he hurriedly stopped and called out, "Fellow Immortal Xiao, did you find something?" "General Ao, look at the ground. Is it different from what we passed before?" Xiao Hua frowned and stopped in midair. "Different?" Ao Zhan also stopped. He looked at the ground and said curiously, "I don't see anything different." "No, it's different. This ground is too clean, isn't it?" "That's right." Xiao Hua took a deep breath and said, "What we saw before was a desolate land. Whether it was the trees, rocks, or hills, they were all incomparably huge. Even the moss on the ground was frighteningly large. But here, not only are there no giant trees or rocks, even the ground is flat. There's no trace of moss or grass. There's more," Ao Shuai said from the side. "In other places, there are always bones, no matter how big or small they are. But here, there's not a single bone. Could it be that the demon beasts here want to devour even bones? There might not be any in the sky, but there might be some underground." Xiao Hua pinched his chin and looked at the ground. He thought of the small demon beasts he encountered in the giant rocks. Zhu Mei suddenly opened her mouth. Her scarlet red bird head looked behind the demons. Swish swish, swish swish. Like a cool breeze, the light raindrops dance became clearer in the demon's ears. "Ma ants? Flying ants." Xiao Hua's soul awareness swept across the area. He saw that within the range of 100 li to 1,000 li around the altar, hundreds of millions of ants were gushing out from the ground. Some crawled over, some raised their backs, and some fluttered their tiny wings and actually flew up. Seeing this, how could Xiao Hua not be surprised? Weren't these the flying ants that Song Longzi left behind in his cave? Song Longzi, the tribulation transcending senior from Taoism, must have been here. As for how Song Longzi came in, whether he managed to break through the encirclement of these flying ants and reach the altar, and what he obtained, of course, Xiaohua didn't know. But he didn't have the chance to think too much, because when his soul awareness swept over the flying ants, it was devoured by them. Xiaohua was scared out of his wits. This was soul sense, a divine ability mastered by millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains. Not to mention the cultivators of Tao League, even the cultivators of Confucianism and Buddhism League were unable to detect it. Even though Song Longzi's divine will, Buddha's consciousness, and eye-clearing technique were all sealed in his Immortal's cave, his soul sense was not sealed. In this legacy world, Yuan sense and divine sense could be detected by strange beasts, but soul awareness couldn't. This was one of the things that Xiaohua relied on when facing the 6 demons. Who would have thought that these tiny ants, the most lowly thing in the world, could devour Xiaohua's soul awareness? How could Xiaohua not panic? What was special was that when he looked up, he saw hundreds of millions of ants flying over, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was as if there were no other strange beasts in this legacy world, only these ants. Xiaohua immediately realized that even a tribulation-transcending cultivator as strong as Song Longzi couldn't avoid the attack of these flying ants, so he retreated in defeat. Then he saw fear in these lowly ants and realized that the heavenly Tao was everywhere. After realizing this, Xiaohua only had one thought in his mind: run. Needless to say, although he was still far from the altar, he was very close to the border where he came in. The strange phenomenon in this area was definitely caused by the ants, and the places where the giant trees and rocks were piled up were naturally places that the ants couldn't go. Although there was a golden-winged great peng at the border, compared to these densely packed ants, Xiaohua felt that the golden-winged great peng was more intimate. Xiaohua unfolded his body, and the air around him surged. He activated the wind escape technique, turned around, and rushed in this direction without saying anything to the 6 demons. Zhu Mei and the other demonic beasts were naturally not as quick as Xiaohua. Seeing such a pair of ants, although their hearts were startled, they did not care. After all, their bloodlines were many times stronger than ants. A high-level demonic beast could not be compared to a low-level ant. They still had the pride of a low-level ant. It wasn't until Xiaohua flew out dozens of feet in an instant that Ao Zhan suddenly noticed. He slightly turned his head and saw Xiaohua's departing figure. Surprised, he swept out his Yuan sense at the same time. Not good. Sure enough, his Yuan sense was like a meat bun hitting a dog. Once it landed on an ant, it was immediately nibbled away. Ao Zhan could even feel a kind of numbness coming from his Yuan sense. Ao Zhan's expression changed slightly, and he understood why Xiaohua made the prompt decision to escape. Just as Ao Zhan was about to warn Ao Qian and take Ao Shui to turn around and escape, boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The power of several stars and moons fell from the sky in the direction of Xiaohua's escape. Then Xiaohua gnashed his teeth and said, "How dare you? Old demon Ji Feng, when this Xiao escapes, the first thing I'll do is take your life." "Ha!" Old demon Ji Feng's proud voice sounded, "Little thing, you still want to take this old man's life? Think about how to escape from the mouths of these flying ants first." Ao Zhan looked over and saw a starlight that looked like a golden bell shining in the distance. Xiaohua, who was flying in the air, was imprisoned in this golden bell. Looking at the top of the golden bell, there was a palm-sized bone. A strange talisman appeared on the bone. It was this talisman that released the restriction that captured Xiaohua. Damn it! Xiaohua's figure fell into the strange cage of the golden bell. He was extremely regretful in his heart. It wasn't that he didn't guard against Stag King and old demon Ji Feng, but old demon Ji Feng's strength was now inferior to his. Therefore, Xiaohua placed his attention on Stag King. Moreover, when Xiaohua escaped, old demon Ji Feng also had a panicked appearance. His acting was even better than Xiaohua's. But who would have thought that when Xiaohua had just flown several zhang and was still paying attention to the Stag King's sneak attack, Old monster Jifeng actually opened his mouth and that piece of broken bone flew into the air like a magic weapon. Before it even emitted a rumbling sound, the space around Xiaohua for several zhang around him immediately lost all traces of wind. Xiaohua's figure had just stopped, when a huge rumbling sound imprisoned him. The power of the stars and the moon was like a large hand that firmly held Xiaohua in the air. He couldn't move at all. Moreover, the white bone talisman on the top of the golden bell flashed, and the power of the stars and moon in the sky continuously descended. Not only did the thickness of the golden bell increase, but the ants that were flying over were also abnormally active. Once they touched the power of the stars and the moon, the bodies of the ants suddenly became several times bigger. Moreover, their flying speed also increased several times. In the blink of an eye, the brilliance of the golden bell was already blocked by the ants. There were even more ants rushing towards the golden bell. Chapter 3777. Damned little rat. Ao Zhan looked and immediately made a decision. Not only did old demon Jifeng block Xiaohua's path of survival, he also blocked the path of survival of the other demons. The ants at the back had already surpassed the path at the front. Furthermore, there was still the golden-winged great peng that ate the heavenly dragon. How could Ao Zhan and the other two dragons retreat? Now, their path of survival could only be in front of them. Go! Ao Zhan's figure swayed. Streaks of silver-white brilliance mixed with golden light surged out from his scales. Auspicious clouds appeared between his four claws. Waves of dragon chi also spurted out from his scales, protecting Ao Zhan's dragon body tightly. Ao Zhan let out a dragon roar, and the ants around 100 feet in front of him fell like dust. Ao Zhan roared and flew towards the empty space. Ao Qian and Ao Shui were overjoyed when Ao Zhan's dragon chi succeeded. They both activated the divine ability of the dragon race and chased after Ao Zhan's back. The three dragons supported each other and spat out dragon chi occasionally. In a short period of time, the ants that covered the sky and earth were unable to reach them. Compared to Ao Zhan and the other two dragons, Zhu was even more arrogant. He only looked coldly at Xiaohua being trapped. Then, with a long cry, the scarlet feathers on his body spread out. The flames on the feathers danced wildly, and all the ants that came into contact with the flames were all turned into ashes. However, Zhu did not choose a specific direction and escaped behind the three dragons. The Stag King was obviously shocked. However, a green demonic light and demonic cloud appeared around him. This light and cloud blocked the ants that pounced over. After escaping for a while, his heart gradually calmed down, and he seemed to have some confidence. Swoosh! Just as the Stag King activated the demonic cloud to escape, a gentle breeze blew. The inconspicuous old demon Jifeng actually turned into a breeze and passed by him. Not many ants landed on his faint figure. Not only is this rat cunning, his strength has also improved by leaps and bounds. It has only been a few years since we last met. He is actually so powerful. The Stag King sucked in a breath of cold air. He could not help but look at old demon Jifeng in a new light. If not for the appearance of these ants, who knows how long this guy would hide? The human race's Xiaohua did not die in vain. The Stag King had just sighed for Xiaohua when he heard a loud boom in the midst of the hundreds of millions of tiny sounds of ants. The Stag King couldn't help but look back in shock. He saw a six-colored beam of light emerge from the pile of ants in the distance behind him. The ants in the beam of light turned into strands of dust, and a whole several zhang in size appeared in the pile of ants. However, although the beam of light was strong, the ants seemed to be endless. After the beam of light dimmed for a moment, the hole was about to be filled by ants again. However, after the light beam, a sword hum was heard, and a giant sword flew out from the hole. Although many ants were crushed by the sword light when it rushed out from the pile of ants, even more ants landed on the giant sword. As soon as the giant sword charged out of the ants, it immediately charged towards Mu Lu King. Transform into a sword? Xiaohua? A Confucian cultivator? The Stag King's expression changed greatly, and he was extremely shocked. Then, without thinking, he raised his 4 hooves and flew away. He would rather face more ants than follow behind old monster Jifeng. Xiaohua's revenge was there, and he didn't want to be affected. How could old monster Jifeng not know that the Stag King sensed something was wrong? He also didn't expect that the demon formation he recently obtained would be so easily broken by Xiaohua. When he saw Xiaohua transform into a sword and chase after him, his small rat eyes flashed with a cold light. The corner of his mouth twitched, and 2 sharp fangs extended from the side of his mouth. Compared to snake venom, rat venom might not be strong, but it was definitely fatal to humans. This was old monster Jifeng's greatest secret. Not only that, old monster Jifeng's sharp rat claw took out a white bone that was as thin as an elephant's tusk from the universe bracelet on his arm. The 2 ends of the white bone were sharp, and there were 3 talismans on the white bone. Although old monster Jifeng had not activated the white bone, the power of the stars and the moon was already faintly descending. Of course, as the power of the stars and moon descended, even more ants rushed towards old monster Jifeng. Just as old monster Jifeng was waiting for him, Xiaohua, who had transformed into a sword, quickly rushed over, as if he wanted to take revenge on old monster Jifeng. Actually, it wasn't just the Stag King who was wrong, old monster Jifeng was also wrong. No matter how eager Xiaohua was for revenge, he wouldn't lose his reason and take revenge at this time. Xiaohua originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to rush out and return to the original path. However, how could he distinguish the direction within the dense swarm of ants? However, since he was already wrong, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and he made the best of his mistake by looking at old monster Jifeng. That sharp gaze was like a sword, directly piercing old monster Jifeng's heart to shock. "You're courting death." Seeing Xiaohua rushing over, old monster Jifeng raised his hand and waved the white bone. Boom boom. The power of the stars and moon that was rarely seen even in the 1,000 demons' sacred realm came crashing down. It was the same as the righteous qi used by Confucian cultivators. Unfortunately, at the same time that white bones expanded, old demon Jifeng was slightly stunned because Xiaohua's sharp gaze swept past him, and Xiaohua simply disregarded him. Old monster Jifeng's heart was somewhat strange, and his hand unconsciously became sluggish. It was also at this time that Xiaohua's cold laughter unexpectedly came from old monster Jifeng's ears. Not good. Old monster Jifeng was stunned, and thought to himself, this old man was tricked. However, old monster Jifeng still didn't understand how he was tricked, and what Xiaohua tricked him into doing. At this time, a sharp pain came from the depths of his mind, as if an invisible giant axe was chopping into his skull. Facing Xiaohua's soul stab and soul cultivation secret technique attack, old monster Jifeng was caught unprepared, and his wind-like figure staggered a few times in the air before falling to the ground. Just as old monster Jifeng lost his balance, a golden light flew out from Xiaohua's sword light, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, it chopped off old monster Jifeng's suddenly raised tail. The reason why old monster Jifeng's tail was raised was to balance his body. Now that the soaring dragon shears suddenly cut off his tail, how could old monster Jifeng still maintain his balance? His staggered figure tumbled a few times in the air before falling to the ground. Woo woo. Just as old monster Jifeng's thin and short legs touched the ground, thousands of ants took the opportunity to pounce on him. Old monster Jifeng's 2 small claws covered his head, and just as he was about to use the wind escape technique to fly up, his small tail swayed a few times, and his body didn't fly up. Instead, his entire body rolled on the ground. This time, old monster Jifeng was miserable. Not only the ants flying in the sky, even the ants on the ground were stained with old monster Jifeng's body. Boom! Old monster Jifeng's body was surrounded by a demonic wind, and hundreds of ants were blown up by this demonic wind. However, when the demonic wind rose, even more ants rushed over. Damn it! Old monster Jifeng cursed angrily in his heart. Enduring the pain in his head, he waved his hand, and a few feet long, grayish-white brilliance with the thickness of a thumb appeared. It flew out 1,000 feet, and wherever the 1,000 feet brilliance passed by, countless ants turned into dust. Unfortunately, what made old monster Zhifeng's heart jump was that after the brilliance passed, even more ants pounced on the white bones. Sha sha. Amidst the rustling sound, whether it was the white bones, talismans, or starlight, they were all cleanly devoured by the ants. Hiss. Old monster Zhifeng sucked in a breath of cold air, and an indescribable panic emerged from the bottom of his heart. However, this panic only lasted for a few breaths, and a numb feeling that directly penetrated into his bone marrow and soul came from the surface of his body. Old monster Zhifeng hurriedly looked over, and saw that the layers of ants had already covered his body like clothes. The demonic qi protecting his body had already disappeared, and in this short period of time, thousands of ants had already bitten his body. The demonic body that had been refined for thousands of years was now like grass in the mouths of ants, and he was completely unable to resist. Not good. Old monster Zhifeng exclaimed, and his body twisted extremely, as if he wanted to escape from being devoured by the ants. However, after twisting a few times, old monster Zhifeng stopped. How can I stop? I can't stop. Old monster Zhifeng hurriedly shouted in his heart, but his body did not listen to his thoughts. It was as if the feeling of being devoured by ants was the most profound enjoyment, and being devoured by ants was his life's greatest pursuit. Ah! Old monster Zhifeng roared as if he had gone mad, and his two thin and short legs quickly ran forward, as if he wanted to escape this strange feeling. Unfortunately, he was only able to take 2 steps before his entire body stopped. At this moment, the white bones of his thin and short legs could be seen. Crack crack. 2 weak and crisp sounds rang out. The bones of old demon Zhifeng's legs were broken. His entire body curled up and fell to the ground. Following the momentum of his previous charge, he slowly rolled. Not to mention flying, he couldn't even run. Just as old monster Zhifeng was lying down, an inconceivable expression appeared in his eyes, and he looked straight at the sky. He actually spoke the demonic language of the 1,000 demonic sacred realm. What is this? Ancient magnificent scene? Ancient bloodline? This is the inheritance of our demonic sacred realm? Just like how Xiao Hua saw Zhang Langzi's comprehension of the heavenly Tao on the path understanding ants, old monster Zhifeng also saw the mystery that he yearned for even in his dreams on these ants. The light in his eyes was abnormally bright. However, this light only flashed in old monster Zhifeng's eyes for a moment, and then it dimmed. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Like the north wind blowing through the snow, the layers of snow rolled up, revealing the scorched earth. This scorched earth was like old monster Zhifeng's white bones, and it was quickly devoured by the ants. The strangest thing was that the heaven and earth bracelet on old monster Zhifeng's arm was also devoured by the ants. The items inside were not exposed because of the heaven and earth bracelet's damage, and they simply fell into the ants' stomachs, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 3778. This is too strange. Xiaohua's sneak attack on old monster Zhifeng had succeeded, so he naturally paid attention to old monster Zhifeng's life and death. He released a powerful divine sense, and while resisting the ants devouring, he also deliberately probed. Seeing old monster Zhifeng being strangely killed by the ants that blotted out the sky without leaving a single trace behind, Xiaohua couldn't help but shrink his neck. He could already imagine how many cultivators and demons had fallen here since ancient times. Damn it, I didn't expect these ants to be the most powerful beasts in the relic realm. Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense in a panic. His eyes turned rapidly as he thought of a way to escape. At this moment, Xiaohua was far away from Ao Zhan and the others, but he was on par with the Stag King. However, when he saw the ants on the Stag King and then looked at himself, he couldn't help but frown. Although there were many ants on the Stag King, the speed at which they devoured the demonic clouds and demonic aura on the Stag King was relatively slow. He looked at the ants outside his sword light. Not only were there many of them, but they were also crazy, biting the sword light at an extremely fast speed. Xiaohua knew that the sword light was formed from the true qi of his Confucian cultivation. When the sword light was completely devoured, the true qi in his middle dantian would also be finished. If it was an ordinary Confucian cultivator, he would probably end up in the ant's stomach. Of course, Xiaohua didn't only have the Confucian true qi, but also his lower dantian and Buddha's saraira. However, if Xiaohua couldn't find a way to escape before these divine powers were exhausted, he would follow in old monster Zhifeng's footsteps. Could it be that these ants are especially sensitive to the righteous qi of Confucian cultivators, the heaven-earth essence qi of Taoism, and the Buddha's light of Buddhism? Xiaohua thought to himself, is it because there's the bloodline of the absolute saint and all kinds of true blood on the altar that the ancient big demon is afraid of humans taking it away or destroying it? But the problem is that although I know some demonic cultivation methods and my body is comparable to a demon's, I don't have any demonic clouds or demonic aura. What if I use demonic aura? Xiaohua was just thinking about it, but he immediately gave up on the idea because his gaze fell on the Stag King. Although there were many ants around King Mulu, he was not as panicked as old monster Zhifeng. He was even looking at Xiaohua strangely, and his flying figure slowed down a little. What's the Stag King trying to do? Was he not afraid of these ants? Or perhaps he knows how to escape? Xiaohua was extremely bewildered. However, when his gaze swept across the universe bracelet on King Stag's arm, Xiaohua came to a realization. At the same time, the huge rock in his heart also fell. I understand now. What the Stag King relied on was nothing more than his token. Taking the token of the legacy world represented the inheritance of the legacy world's great demon's true blood. The legacy world's forbidden technique would not disregard the life and death of these demons. Although the ants at the edge of the altar were powerful, they were merely testing the strength of the demon that had taken the token. With the Stag King's strength, he was qualified to obtain the true blood. Therefore, at the most critical moment, the token would help him escape. Since the token was useful, didn't this Xiao also have a token? My strength surpasses that of the Stag King, so wouldn't I be more confident than him? As for why the Stag King didn't fly far away and insisted on paying attention to the Xiao here, it seems like he was still worried about this Xiao. He wanted to see if this Xiao had a token or jade eyes. His previous actions were indeed to scheme against Ao Zhan and the other dragon generals, but how did he scheme? Previously you schemed against Ao Zhan, and now you want to scheme against this Xiao? You're still far from it. The reason why humans are human is because they have humanity and brains. They are the leader of all creatures. Xiaohua understood the Stag King's plan and sneered in his heart. How could this Xiao reveal the token in front of you? This Xiao has plenty of methods to escape. Of course, Xiaohua couldn't reveal the token in front of all the demons. The demons might not fight for the Stag King's token because it was the token of the Deer clan, but Xiaohua's token didn't belong to the Yao clan. Xiaohua couldn't guarantee that Ao Qian and Zhu Mei wouldn't covet it. As for Ao Zhan, although he could trust him, Xiaohua still felt that it was better not to use such a huge temptation to test him. Rumble. The power of Xiaohua's sword seemed to be earth-shattering. The huge sword cry covered the sounds of the ants. Correspondingly, even more ants seemed to be attracted by Xiaohua's sword light, forming a huge ant tide and pouncing toward Xiaohua. The sword cry was unstoppable, but the sword light had long been covered by the ants, just like the stars and moon above the demons' heads. Darkness without light, this was Xiaohua's current situation. The more arrogant Xiaohua was, the more ants piled up. He didn't see Xiaohua take out any token to escape, so the Stag King's heart was completely at ease. He no longer cared about Xiaohua and urged the demon cloud to charge towards the altar. Damn it, this definitely won't work. Xiaohua flew for the time it took to eat a meal. He felt that his body was extremely heavy, and the true qi in his middle dantian was especially heavy. Moreover, a kind of indescribable comfort came from the surface of his body, just like the feeling he had when he was comprehending the Tao on the seabed. Not good. That comfort easily led Xiaohua into a state of comprehension. The moment Xiaohua's mind was at ease, he suddenly woke up. This Xiao just came out of Tsang Langzi's state of comprehension. How could I have comprehended the Tao so quickly? This is definitely a trap. It's the ant's poison. When old monster Jifeng was swallowed, the strange smile that came from the ant's crack, was it this? And Senior Longlangzi? At this moment, Xiaohua also understood why Longlangzi wanted to condense his comprehension into the ants. It was because his comprehension really did come from the ants, and it really was the feeling between life and death. It was no longer important whether Longlangzi had obtained a true spirit bloodline or a supreme saint bloodline. For a Taoist cultivator who could escape from the encirclement of flying ants, there was nothing more important than comprehending the Tao. Clang! The sword aura around Xiaohua's body once again flourished. It was as if he was raising his hands to lift an ant that weighed tens of thousands of catties. When the ant at the bottom was annihilated by the sword aura, Xiaohua pressed down on his teeth. The Kunlun mirror shook, and another beam of light shot out. Xiaohua's figure rapidly shrank. With a rumbling sound of thunder, he escaped through the gap of the beam of light. Zzz. Xiaohua's body had just escaped when the ants, which were denser than raindrops, pounced on Xiaohua again. Sigh. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to release his divine sense. He could only look with his eyes and unconsciously sighed. This was because the sky had already become a world of ants. The altar in the distance was already long gone. Other than ants, there were more ants. The torrent of ants completely protected the altar. Looking at his body, although the protective golden light flickered, the ants didn't fear the golden light at all. They were still crazily swallowing it without any scruples. They're not afraid of eating too much and getting diarrhea. Xiaohua looked at these ants with great appetites. He really didn't know what to do. 1, 2, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 ants were easy to deal with. Xiaohua had enough means to kill them all. But now, it wasn't just hundreds of millions of ants. Every inch of space in the sky and on the ground was filled with ants. Xiaohua couldn't kill them all. Woo! Xiaohua slapped his forehead, and a big hand rushed out and scooped up the space in front of him. The space in front of him was immediately swept clean. Xiaohua urged the lightning escape technique and hurriedly flew over, but right after he flew over, the space was once again filled with ants. It was even faster than Traceless Spring Dream. Just like this, while activating the nascent soul's hand and using the lightning escape technique, Xiaohua tried his best to ensure that the number of ants outside his body was maintained within a range he could bear. After flying for another hour, Xiaohua felt that his magic power was exhausted too much. He didn't dare to use the nascent soul's hand again. Moreover, the lightning released by the lightning escape technique was devoured by the ants. The speed of the lightning escape technique couldn't be increased later. Xiaohua could even see a familiar brilliance from the corner of his eyes. Wasn't it the Stag King's token? The token protected his body. Although there were ants outside the brilliance of the token, it was obvious that the ants weren't particularly crazy about devouring. Therefore, when the Stag King increased his flying speed later, there weren't too many ants pouncing over. He wasn't left behind by Xiaohua too much. This is what it means to be hasty. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He released his divine sense to protect his body. Then he controlled his divine sense to rotate and overflow on the surface of his body like water. Sure enough, this method was extremely effective. Xiaohua's control of his divine sense was relatively rough before. The divine sense hammer was like falling rocks and stars. Now that he was controlling it to the finest detail, he was a little unfamiliar at first. From time to time, ants would invade the depths of his divine sense, causing Xiaohua to be a little flustered. However, after half a meal, Xiaohua was already familiar with it. His divine sense flowed like flowing water, and Xiaohua seemed to be wearing a layer of divine sense armor that blocked the attacks of the ants. After flying for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua's heart finally relaxed. Although he didn't fly too fast during this period of time, correspondingly, he encountered fewer ants. In particular, the consumption of his spiritual sense during this period of time was far less than before. Xiaohua was confident that he could persevere until he reached the altar. Moreover, Xiaohua also found something strange. The speed at which these ants devoured true qi and magic power was far faster than divine sense, and the speed at which they devoured soul consciousness was faster than true qi. Xiaohua stole a glance at the familiar brilliance in the distance. Of course, the speed at which they devour demonic qi is probably the slowest. I just don't know what happened to the 3 dragons of the East Sea Dragon Palace and that vermilion bird. The Stag King, who was hiding in the brilliance of the token, naturally also saw Xiaohua's abnormality. He was equally surprised. He only saw that Xiaohua didn't have the token of the legacy realm, but he didn't know what methods he used. His original plan changed again. Chapter 3779. Unfortunately, plans could never keep up with changes. After flying for another 2 hours, the altar in the distance still hadn't appeared. The light on the token in the Stag King's hand was almost completely devoured by the ants. The Stag King began to panic again. But when he looked at Xiaohua again, his speed was still about the same as his. The black mass of ants was still pouring in from time to time, but it didn't increase. It was as if all the ants that poured in were killed by Xiaohua. Damn it, I'll go all out. The Stag King clenched his teeth and his body began to expand. The monster cloud under his feet didn't dare to hold back and accelerated forward. Seeing that the Stag King was staking everything on a single throw, Xiaohua wasn't as relaxed as the Stag King thought. His divine sense was also extremely exhausted. If he didn't need to rely on the Stag King to find the altar, Xiaohua would have already used the lightning escape technique and rushed forward. Since he couldn't increase his speed, Xiaohua naturally had to think about what to do when he reached the altar. Xiaohua even looked at the densely packed ants outside, wondering if he should take out the Heaven's Punishment Prison crystal now or wait until he returned from the altar to save Tao Wu. These flying ants were definitely the best way to kill the Ming Lu chain. Stag King, don't run. Seeing the Stag King suddenly accelerate, Xiaohua hurriedly shouted, I still need you to lead me to the altar. Fortunately, Xiaohua's voice didn't spread too far and the Stag King was focused on escaping. Otherwise, the Stag King might not be able to recognize the direction after vomiting blood. Xiaohua hurriedly moved his body. He didn't dare to consume too much of his magic power and only used the wind escape technique. However, after flying for half a meal's worth of time, boom! In the distance, there was an earth-shaking explosion. Then, a biting cold aura of desolation washed over like a tide. Wherever this aura passed, no matter if it was Xiaohua's body or the surrounding air, all the ants turned into flying ash and disappeared. The black and gray color that covered the sky and the earth was instantly dispelled, revealing a clear starry sky. The nearby ants were destroyed by this aura, and Xiaohua's figure was also unable to stabilize. He was sent tumbling back several li by this aura. However, as soon as the ants disappeared, Xiaohua raised his eyes and saw the altar not far away. At this time, it was emitting a roaring sound. Just like the altar he had seen behind Songlongzi's cave, it was slowly uprooting from the ground. Like a fountain, talismans spurted out from the top of the altar and then turned into a waterfall. When these talismans fell below the altar, they drilled into the ground and disappeared. The terrifying aura of the untainted land flowed out from these talismans like a waterfall. Moreover, as the altar rose higher, the aura became more and more violent. Looking at the bottom of the altar, 2 huge dragons with broken scales and bloodstains on their bodies were powerlessly struggling in the aura. One of the dragons was holding a small dragon that was struggling at death's door in its claws. Half of that small dragon's tail was broken, and one of its claws and half of its dragon horn were also missing. Next to the 3 dragons, a vermilion bird with a bald tail was standing in the air like a rooster that had lost a fight. It was very unwilling to admit defeat. Not to mention that its scarlet feathers were in disarray, and not to mention that half of its tail was missing, just the dim scarlet flames around its body was enough to show that Zhu Mei was in a sorry state. However, although the 4 demons were in an extremely sorry state, they were the same as Xiaohua. They were staring blankly at the altar in front of them and had long forgotten about their own injuries and embarrassment. At this time, the altar changed again. Endless nebula light pillars surged and fell, as if this altar was the only thing in the entire legacy realm. Boom boom. As the power of the stars and the moon, which was difficult to see with the naked eye, fell, the talismans that had previously flooded out swelled uncontrollably. Those talismans then turned into totems. These totems washed over the altar over and over again, and gradually began to fill up again. In the end, it actually formed a picture of 1,000 demons. One by one, the great demons revealed their ferocious faces and revealed their supreme domineering aura, completely protecting the entire altar. This. Zhu Mei's eyes revealed shock. From what he had seen, even with his inheritance, there had never been such an inconceivable altar, let alone Xiaohua. Zhu Mei turned his head to look at Ao Zhan. Ao Zhan was just as stunned as him. Obviously, even in the Dragon Palace, there had never been such an altar. Is this the test of passing the last trial? Ao Zhan was surprised, but his face also revealed an excited expression. He was very curious about the things on the altar. As he spoke, he couldn't help but urge his wounded dragon body to rush toward the picture of 1,000 demons. Young prince. Ao Zhan was scared out of his wits. He didn't care about Ao Shuai and his dragon claws and shouted to block Ao Zhan. He said, "Don't move." Ao Zhan was a little unhappy. He glanced at Zhu Mei and muttered, "Since we've already reached the exit, why are you still being modest?" Ao Zhan thought for a moment and resisted the urge to tell him about the legacy realm. He only smiled bitterly and said, "Young prince, although we passed the test of ants, who knows if that was the last trial? It's not too late to wait and ask King Mu Lu before making a decision." Ao Shuai almost died. How could King Mu Lu still be alive? Ao Zhan didn't quite believe it, but when he released his primordial thought, he was surprised again. Not only was King Mu Lu flying over with an extremely dim token in his hand, but Xiaohua also seemed to be flying over easily. Damn it, what kind of world is this? Ao Zhan looked at the demon and human, then at the scars on his dragon body, and cursed inwardly, "I can't even compare to a Taoist cultivator? Oh, how is Inspector Ao?" King Mu Lu flew over and hurriedly asked when he saw Ao Shuai in such a state. Ao Zhan glanced at King Mu Lu and said coldly, "Thank you for your concern, King Mu Lu. Fortunately, Ao Shuai won't die for the time being. Let's get out of Cold Spirit Valley first. Only by returning to the East Sea Dragon Palace can Ao Shuai's life truly be saved." But King Mu Lu raised his eyes to look at the seemingly alive great demons. His eyes were filled with indescribable joy. He nodded and said, "I'll prepare to break the restriction. The exit should be behind this demon formation." With that, King Mu Lu took out another beast's skin and pretended to look at it. Of course, Ao Zhan didn't believe King Mu Lu. He put Ao Shuai on the ground first, then took out a strange scale armor. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon qi. The scale armor instantly became huge. When Ao Zhan grabbed Ao Shuai's dragon body and put him inside, Xiaohua realized that the scale armor was actually somewhat similar to the Heaven and Earth bracelet. After putting away the scale armor, Ao Zhan glanced at Zhu Mei, who was using a secret technique to absorb the power of the stars and moon to heal her injuries. He transmitted his voice to Xiaohua and asked, "Xiaohua, this altar, is it where the demon bloodline is placed? Can this demon formation be broken with a token?" "General Ao." Xiaohua lowered his head and didn't approach the 4 demons. He transmitted his voice, "I've already told you clearly that this direction is where the demon bloodline is located. Before the ants came out, I could still sense it. Now that the ants are gone and the demon formation has appeared again, I can't sense it. However, I've seen this altar before when I came in. It should be here. As for how to break the demon formation, I really don't know. There's no record of it in the token. Perhaps King Mu Lu's token will have it. After all, I came in through a different way than you all." Ao Zhan also had no other choice. He had already endured until here. He could only endure until there was a chance to rush into the altar. Moreover, he didn't believe that King Mu Lu could sense that he had found a flaw. Even if King Mu Lu had some tricks up his sleeve, Ao Zhan wasn't afraid. However, Xiao Hua still reminded Ao Zhan, General Ao, if King Mu Lu has any tricks up his sleeve, it's in this token. When you break the restriction here, you should be more careful. Alright, I naturally know this. Ao Zhan transmitted his voice. I hope fellow Immortal Xiao will also be on the lookout. That's not a problem. Xiao Hua smiled. After a full hour, King Mu Lu raised his head and looked at the three demons. He then turned to Xiao Hua and said, Xiao Hua, is there a way to break the restriction and enter the exit in your ink cloud pupil? Xiao Hua shook his head and said, I've already said that the ink cloud pupil I obtained is somewhat incomplete. The location of the exit is recorded, but the ants, the altar, are all missing. I still want to borrow fellow Immortal's power to get out. Without a way to break the restriction, you dare to come in? King Mu Lu said with some mockery. Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders. It doesn't matter. Our Dao sect cultivators have a hard time cultivating in hidden immortal continent. With this kind of training opportunity, even if I know it's dangerous, I'll still come in. Why so much nonsense? Zhu Mei said unhappily. King Mu Lu, quickly tell us, how do we break the restriction and find the exit? King Mu Lu ignored Xiao Hua and said to Zhu Mei with a smile, it's very simple. Just like before, we'll attack together. At the end, I'll activate the token. And this time, we don't need to activate Essence Blood. But Zhu Mei looked at Xiao Hua and asked again, Old Demon Ji Feng is dead, Ao Shui is seriously injured, and this Xiao Hua is also human. With only us 4 demons, can we do it? Of course we can. King Mu Lu said confidently, you 3 demons form a triangle, I'll be in the middle. With our power, we can definitely break the restriction. Alright. Zhu Mei looked and said, quickly assign a position. I have a bad feeling. We'd better get out of here as soon as possible. General Ao, please? King Mu Lu said from high up in the sky. Bao Zhanjia pondered and flew into the sky. Little prince, please, Zhu Mei, please. King Mu Lu pointed to 2 places. The 2 demons also flew over. Seeing King Mu Lu's gaze, Xiao Hua retreated a few dozen feet and waved his hand. I'll stay away from you guys. Feel free to do whatever you want. Xiao Hua, don't you have any ideas? Zhu Mei warned, if we can break the restriction and find the exit, we'll definitely take you away. If you cause trouble, don't blame us for being ruthless. Chapter 3780. Rest assured, fellow immortals. This Xiao knows what to do. Xiao Hua readily agreed. Rise. The 3 demons followed the Stag King's command and used their own demonic techniques. Rays of moon and star power fell around them. However, when the demonic energy of the 3 demons fell into the demonic formation, it didn't move at all. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. Without waiting for Ao Zhan to question, the Stag King waved his hand and the antler flew into the air. Pooh! The Stag King actually spat out another mouthful of essence blood. Boom! The antler emitted a bloody light. This time, the antler didn't turn into a cauldron. Instead, as the essence blood spread, it turned into a somewhat damaged large deer. This large deer was very sturdy. Its dense aura was very similar to the 10,000 demon diagram. Seeing this, the Stag King smirked and grabbed the antler. The large deer let out a roar and was about to move. Wait! Suddenly, Ao Zhan descended from the sky and stood in front of the large deer as he shouted loudly. Senior brother, you're going to die. The Stag King was shocked and asked, General Ao, what's the matter? This one wants to ask the Stag King, is this the Legacy Realm or the Cold Spirit Valley? If you rush into the altar and don't come back, what should we do if the demonic formation of the 10,000 demon diagram hasn't been broken? Ao Zhan stared at the Stag King and asked word by word. What? Legacy Realm? This is the Legacy Realm? When Zhu Mei and Ao Qian heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Ao Qian even shouted, the Legacy Realm is only a legend. How could this be the Legacy Realm? Just as the Stag King was at a loss and didn't know how to answer, the distant Xiao Hua suddenly exclaimed. Looking at the flat ground below Ao Qian, a small dragon suddenly flew out. This small dragon's color was the same as the ground, but when it flew into the air, it changed again. Although this dragon's body was full of wounds, this small dragon approached Ao Qian faster than lightning. When it opened its mouth, a dark red brilliance rushed out and was about to nail Ao Qian's body. Ao Qian was stunned when he heard about the legacy realm and couldn't react in time. Seeing the change, he hurriedly twisted his dragon body and dodged to the side. Ao Zhan was even more shocked, but when he saw that Ao Qian dodged the dark red brilliance, he relaxed. However, his expression changed again. How could he still care to stop the Stag King? He shouted, "Little prince, be careful." Then he swung his dragon body and flew towards the side where the little prince was dodging. However, Ao Zhan was too late. Just as Ao Qian dodged, another small dragon flew up from the ground. This small dragon was missing half of its tail. This small dragon had just pounced on Ao Qian, and the dragon aura around it flourished. Rumble. A huge sound was heard, and the huge dragon's body completely exploded. Dozens of red brilliance mixed with hundreds of scales and other things rushed into Ao Qian's dragon body. Ao Qian's dragon body flipped a few times in the air and was lifted high. Then, it fell heavily on the ground, smashing a huge hole in the ground. The explosive power of this small dragon was so great that Xiao Hua and Ao Zhan's bodies were also overturned. The human and dragon's bodies tumbled in the air. Even the thousand fei diagram that fell from the altar flashed rapidly, like a curtain blown by the wind. After a few breaths, the air waves subsided. Within a few miles, there was a layer of blood. In the air, other than Xiao Hua and Ao Zhan, there was only the dumbfounded Zhu Mei. Whether it was the Stag King or the small dragon that attacked Ao Qian, they had all disappeared. Damn it. Ao Zhan's dragon eyes were red, as if he had gone mad. He quickly rushed to Ao Qian's side. When he flipped Ao Qian's dragon body over with his dragon claws, he saw that the dragon body was riddled with holes. 60% of the dragon scales were torn, and the dragon blood that flowed out was black. Obviously, the small dragon that had just exploded was poisoned. Ah! Ao Zhan roared at the sky. His dragon body flew up, creating countless air waves. Ao Zhan swept with his yuan will as he flew. He looked around the altar, but obviously he didn't find the small dragon that attacked him. When Ao Zhan was about to fly further away to search, he saw that there were still ants in the distant sky that hadn't completely disappeared. Oh my god, what's with these two small dragons? Xiao Hua was a little dumbfounded. They actually chased him all the way here. Really amazing. In that case, the cry of the golden-winged rock before we met the ants should have been from chasing these two small dragons? That? Xiao Hua whispered. General Ao, let's see if the young prince can be saved first. Since the Stag King is gone, maybe the small dragon followed him into the altar. Impossible. Zhu Mei said coldly. The token of the legacy realm can only be used by one monster. That small dragon can't enter. You? How do you know? Ao Zhan stared at Zhu Mei, his eyes full of hatred. He knew that it was inappropriate. Zhu Mei really didn't know about the Stag King's scheme. Do you need me to explain about the inheritance? Zhu Mei retorted. If you believed me, you would have told me that this was the legacy realm. Would so many things have happened? How do I know if you're in cahoots with the Stag King? Ao Zhan sneered. Forget it. Xiao Hua hurriedly said. General Ao, it's useless to say anything now. Let's hurry and see the young prince. After all, it's useless. Ao Zhan sighed. These two small dragons know the weakness of the East Sea Dragon clan. The poison they used isn't something I can cure right now. Send it into your dragon shell and bring it back to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Zhu Mei said indifferently. Dragon shell can't stop the poison. If there's no effective spiritual item, the young prince will die in half an hour. Ao Zhan bit his lip and said, What spiritual item do you need? Xiaohua urged. Dragon God Grass. Ao Zhan was somewhat impatient. He seemed to be in a bad mood. That's the treasure of Dragon Island. Zhu Mei sneered. Your East Sea Dragon Palace might have half of it. What else? Xiaohua didn't give up. Only this? Yes, only this thing can cure the poison. Ao Zhan was dejected. He looked sadly at Ao Qian, whose flesh was festering. If we have the dragon saliva of a true dragon, maybe we can buy some time, Zhu said. Then we can put Ao Qian into the dragon shell. When we return to the East Sea Dragon Palace, how about this? Xiaohua took out the green dragon saliva without hesitation. See, green dragon saliva? Ao Zhan sniffled slightly and immediately came to his senses. He practically snatched the Azure Abyss dragon saliva away. Without even asking Xiaohua, he hurriedly flew in front of Ao Qian and placed the Azure Abyss dragon saliva into Ao Qian's mouth. Sure enough, the green light mixed with ice froze Ao Qian's dragon body. The black dragon blood no longer flowed out. Phew! Ao Zhan let out a long sigh and hurriedly took out the long bay to put Ao Qian away. Just as he was about to speak, his expression changed slightly. With a wave of his hand, a half-inch broken waist token fell into his hand. Isn't this the West? Zhu Mei saw the origin of the waist token at a glance. However, he only said one word and then closed his mouth again. This kind of sensitive thing was not something he could talk about. Ao Zhan's expression remained unchanged. He put away the broken waist token and turned to look at Xiaohua. After pondering for a moment, he took out a long dragon pendant from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua. Fellow Immortal Xiao, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. This is my token. Please accept it. I remember that Fellow Immortal seemed to have said something before. When Fellow Immortal is free, you can take this thing to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Good. Xiaohua nodded and carefully put away the dragon pendant. He cupped his hands and said, I will need General Ao's help in the future. Ao Zhan nodded. He looked at the myriad demon picture on the altar and said, Now, I will listen to Fellow Immortal Xiao. At this point, Ao Zhan looked at Zhu Mei, who was flapping her wings slightly, and warned, Zhu Mei, don't think too much. You are definitely not a match for me and Xiaohua. Even if I can't get the true spirit bloodline and enter the altar, I will not let you hurt Fellow Immortal Xiao. Of course, if you sincerely cooperate with us, we may have a way to go in. Zhu Mei naturally had other plans. He might not have the intention to hurt Xiaohua, but he definitely had the intention to steal Xiaohua's keepsake. Of course, he also knew that Xiaohua was now bound to Ao Zhan. Otherwise, how could he have waited for so long? Even if you have the keepsake, only one can go in. Zhu Mei sneered. I want to see how you will get out after he goes in. Ao Zhan was not flustered. He said indifferently, there will always be a way. Maybe the Stag King inside will get the true blood and the altar will change. Even if there is no way, I will let Fellow Immortal Xiao go in first. Xiaohua looked at the demon formation on the altar and said confidently, there is no need for that. What method does Fellow Immortal Xiao have? Zhu Mei changed the way she addressed him and asked curiously. Xiaohua was glad. Fortunately, when the ants appeared, he did not throw out the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. Now he could use it to break the seal. I have this. Xiaohua smiled and took out the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal. This? Zhu Mei did not understand. Ao Zhan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Fellow Immortal Xiao actually has the Immortal Palace's Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal? We can give it a try. Fellow Immortal Zhu, General Ao. Xiaohua looked at Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan. I have the same keepsake as the Stag King, so there is no problem for me to go in. My Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal is locked by the law of the Immortal Palace's Jade Seal. The law of the Immortal Palace's inscriptions need to be unlocked. If it is forcibly broken, the law of the Immortal Palace's power of law will counterattack. I cannot guarantee that the power of law will be able to break the demon formation, but I can give it a try. The two of you should be prepared. If possible, please try to go in. Okay. Zhu Mei nodded. If I go in, I will owe you a favor. Chapter 3782. Bullshit. Xiaohua could no longer hold it in. He cursed angrily while activating the Dharma embodiment of heaven and earth. His entire body suddenly expanded, and the immortal body enhancement technique madly absorbed the extremely rich power of the stars and moon. His body grew to a size of several hundred feet before stopping. At the same time, Xiaohua didn't need to use any flying technique at all. He lifted his foot and walked up to the sky as if there were steps under his feet. The Stag King didn't care about Xiaohua's appearance and said indifferently, "Only you and I have the token. Since it wasn't me who brought it here, it must be you. Moreover, since you have the ability to send Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan to the altar, you naturally have the ability to bring that dragon to the relic realm." Xiaohua walked up to the sky and followed the direction of the voice. He saw that the Deer King was already at a part of the altar. On the bone-white altar, a totem that was slightly different from the Deer King's was engraved there. The strange totem jumped like flames, and a blood-red aura gushed out of the Stag King's body like a blood mist, connecting with the totem. Tiny wisps of blood jumped from the totem and flashed into the Deer King's body. General Ao. Xiaohua, who had calmed down, ignored the Stag King's provocation and said, "It seems like the Stag King doesn't know the truth. Maybe he's faking it." Zhu Mei hated the Stag King to the core and said, "You didn't see his face after entering the relic realm. He acted as if it was real. If you and Ao Zhan hadn't exposed his face in the end, I would still be in the dark and still want to work for him." "Ah." The Stag King laughed. "Let's go. I've already begun to merge with the blood essence of my ancient deer demon. Although this bloodline is not as good as yours, I'm one step ahead. After merging, I'll definitely kill you all." "Damn it, why are you biting words like a Confucian cultivator?" Ao Zhan roared and pounced on the Deer King with his huge dragon body. Boom! A huge white bone flashed across the white bone altar in front of the Deer King. A blood-red thunderbolt appeared on the white bone, and Ao Zhan's dragon body was sent rolling. White bones! Xiaohua's eyes widened and a pleasant surprise flashed through his eyes. Although this white bone didn't look any different from the other white bones, Xiaohua recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this the incomplete white bone from his space? Zhu Mei moved as well. A ball of fire flew towards Mulu King. Crack, crack, crack. Without any suspense, another bone flew out from the altar and blocked the flame. A huge lightning bolt rushed out from the bone and extinguished the flame in an instant. How can white bones be so powerful? Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan are demonic beast generals. Even though I didn't fight with them directly, their strength should be at the upper stages of the 6th grade of essence power, or even the 7th grade of essence power. This mere masterless skeleton was actually able to block one of their attacks. Gah! Zhu Mei seemed to have become angry out of humiliation. She let out another shrill cry and a demonic aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth shot out from her mouth. The demonic aura condensed into a huge talisman that instantly crossed the space of 10,000 feet and grabbed the altar. The power of the stars and the moon was swept away and everything was frozen. The power of laws? In the distance, Xiaohua squinted his eyes and saw the faint runes that flashed through the space of 10,000 feet. Although the runes only existed for a short period of time, this space of 10,000 feet was already under Zhu Mei's control. No, it's not just the power of laws. Xiaohua looked at the dark red flame beside the talisman and suddenly came to a realization. This is the law of fire that Zhu Mei obtained from comprehending the power of fire as a prodigy of the vermilion bird race. I understand now, everything in the world has its own laws. Boom! The moment Xiaohua comprehended, the stars in the space above exploded one by one. Morning stars were born one after another, and heavenly Dao Xiaohua transmitted a lot of enlightenment. Huh, are you jealous? Zhu Mei, I really didn't expect that this king would see a day when you're jealous of this king. The Stag King laughed loudly as if he was looking at a clown. Zhu Mei's shocking attack landed on the white bone altar without causing any waves at all. He laughed arrogantly and said, "Unfortunately, it's too late for you to be jealous. You don't have to be jealous in the future. This king is going to fuse with the essence blood of the ancient deer demon and devour your essence blood in a while." Woo! The blood mist around the Stag King made a strange sound. It was still somewhat under control before, but now it completely pounced on the blood flames of the totem. Crack, crack, crack. Like a dead tree burning in flames, the sound of explosions came from the totem. Then, the blood color of the totem gradually faded, and a Stag King that was completely the same as the totem and completely different from the Stag King was born from the blood flames. As the Stag King poked its head out, an extremely fierce aura was emitted. It was the aura of the true ancient beast that Xiaohua saw in the desolate landscape. The blood flames seemed to be boiling as they emitted gurgling sounds. Damn it! Zhu Mei's body flipped in the air. Ao Zhan also roared, preparing to use dragon power and other Dragon Clan techniques. But at this moment, the boiling blood flames suddenly surged violently, and the Stag King's head that had already been born showed extreme panic. What's going on? Oh! Seeing that the Stag King had been reborn, Zhu Mei and Ao Zhan hurriedly stopped in the air and looked at everything in front of them with schadenfreude. It seemed that they didn't mind adding insult to injury at any time. The blood flames swelled uncontrollably like a huge blood bubble. The head that had already grown out seemed to have been blown. Then, blood thorns pierced out of the head one by one. Beams of starlight and moonlight fell on these blood thorns, and the moaning of the Stag King could be heard endlessly. "Ah, I understand." Suddenly, Zhu Mei laughed loudly and pointed at the Stag King with her wings. "Stag King, oh Stag King, you don't seem to have the pure bloodline of the Deer Clan, do you? You're just a bastard." "Stag King, you've really been caught in a trap of your own making." Ao Zhan also laughed. "How could you possibly bear the pure bloodline of the ancient Deer Clan? The inheritance in that bloodline isn't something that your impure blood essence can bear. You reap what you sow." Zhu Mei added, "This king is the king of the Deer Clan." The Stag King's voice was still panting. "How is this possible?" Boom. Before King Stag could finish his words, there was a loud bang and the blood bubble burst open. Thousands of tiny pieces of flesh flew out from the blood bubble. The blood bubble then shrank and fell into the totem. The blood flame on the totem disappeared at the same time, and the totem returned to its original state. "Great!" Zhu Mei laughed loudly, and the crimson flames rushed into the sky, looking extremely excited. Ao Zhan was naturally happy, but then he looked at Xiaohua and said, "Fellow immortal Xiao." Xiaohua smiled bitterly, and his mouth was bitter. Needless to say, even the Stag King's bloodline was impure and couldn't bear the ancient blood essence, so how could he bear it? Even the fallen Gold Mountain's Yu family wouldn't be able to. They already had the bloodline of the human clan, and only a very small amount of true blood remained in their bloodline. "Don't worry about me." Xiaohua waved his hand. "I didn't expect this either. Fortunately, the Stag King was one step ahead, otherwise I would also have fallen here." Then Xiaohua looked at Zhu Mei and smiled. "Since fellow immortal Zhu and General Ao's bloodline is different, and the totems you use are also different, there shouldn't be any conflicts. Since we met here, it's also fate. This Xiao doesn't know what you'll do to the human clan in the future, but this Xiao hopes that the two of you won't fight amongst yourselves. Xiaohua, if this one finds out about the dragon vow, I'm afraid this one won't be able to." Ao Zhan smiled. "But this one can tell fellow immortal for sure. This one will retreat wherever fellow immortal goes." "Hee, there's no need for that." Xiaohua waved his hand. "The human clan and the demon clan are both in the 3 continents, and we share weal and woe. It's enough that we both remember the good of the other. Alright, I can also answer fellow immortal Xiao in the same way." Zhu Mei withdrew her flame and looked at the altar. "I already owed you a favor when I came in earlier, And now you've received the true blood of my ancient vermilion bird clan. This favor is really beyond redemption. I'll remember it in my heart. Then Zhu Mei said to Ao Zhan, do you want to go first or should I? Naturally you'll go first. Ao Zhan smiled. Your vermilion bird clan is at the bottom, so it's a bit closer than this one. Zhu Mei snorted coldly. Indeed, at the highest point of the altar, there was a huge dragon. This totem was several times bigger than the phoenix below. Of course, the aura of the dragon and phoenix seemed to be on par, but it was unknown how much stronger it was than the vermilion bird below. Seeing this, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called out. Chapter 3783. I'll go first. Zhu Mei looked at the blood of the vermilion bird that was like a crimson sun. The closer he got, the brighter it became. How could he bear it? With a shout, he flew towards the altar. As his huge body approached the altar, his body gradually shrank. When he landed on the altar, he was about the same size as Mu Lu King. As soon as Zhu Mei landed, there was a loud buzzing sound. The totem that she had been waiting for who knew how many years suddenly lit up. A blood-red flame rushed straight towards Zhu Mei. Zhu Mei didn't dare to be careless. Her face became dignified. She retracted her wings and flames rose from her wings. A crimson blood mist came out of her body and fell towards the flame. Ah! Zhu Mei couldn't help but scream as soon as he touched the flame. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly asked, General Ao, Zhu Mei, he's fine. Ao Zhan waved his hand indifferently. This is the ancient mark in his bloodline. It's attacking his mind. His bloodline isn't very pure right now, so he can't bear it. When he came out of the Thousand Fei picture, he also screamed. Yes. Xiaohua answered casually. However, his mind turned quickly. After thinking for a while, he asked, Is it the primordial scene in the Thousand Fei picture? Ao Zhan smiled. You may have a token to protect you, but Zhu Mei and I don't. The inheritance in a flash is enough to drive us crazy. However, after so long, we've forgotten a lot of those primordial scenes. Xiaohua smiled. However, a storm was raging in his heart. If Ao Zhan and Zhu Mei couldn't bear the primordial scene, then what about him? Their bloodline couldn't bear it, but he saw it from the beginning to the end. But in an instant, Xiaohua smiled again. Ao Zhan's flash of thought was obviously not a flash of thought. Ao Zhan was hiding this. But no matter what, if Ao Zhan and Zhu Mei's bloodline could withstand it, then he could also withstand it. Of course, he could use his true bloodline. But the problem is... Xiaohua was stunned again. Am I a human or a monster? How can my bloodline compare to the dragon and vermilion bird clan? General Ao, could it be that we humans can't touch the true bloodline at all? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. Ao Zhan thought that Xiaohua was unwilling in his heart, so he said with a straight face, Indeed. The bloodline of the human race is extremely weak. Even if it is mixed with the bloodline of the demon race, it will not be of much use. Of course, I also know that on the hidden Immortal continent, there are some people with true bloodlines who also have inherited memories and secret techniques. However, fellow Immortal Shao should know that this legacy world was left behind by an ancient big demon. It is completely different from those so-called true bloodlines. Fellow Immortal Shao, you should think of another way. All right. In fact, when Xiaohua thought of the vermilion bird, he immediately thought of Fairy Hong Xia and Huang Mengxiang. He indeed wanted to get some true bloodline out. Seeing that Xiaohua was a little disappointed, Ao Zhan thought for a moment and took out a jade eye. He stuck it on his forehead for a moment and handed it to Xiaohua. Fellow Immortal Shao, you don't have to regret it. This is the secret technique of my dragon race to collect true blood. You can try it first. If he could do it, he might as well start from the bottom of the altar and find a low-level great demon. When he had the chance in the future, he would give it a try. So that you won't have wasted your trip to the legacy realm. Oh, remember, you must try it when you are confident. Otherwise, you will end up like the Stag King. Hee, this Shao naturally understands. Many thanks, General Ao. Xiaohua hurriedly took it with a smile and stuck it on his forehead. He said, "How should I collect this true bloodline? It is all in the jade eye." Ao Zhan smiled and reminded again, "This one understands the disappointment in fellow immortal Zhao's heart. However, this one still hopes that fellow immortal Xiao won't rashly try it." "I understand." Xiaohua nodded gratefully. Looking at the altar at this time, Zhu Mei was no longer wailing. The totem turned into a blood-red flame and wrapped him up, similar to the stag king before. After a while, a bald vermilion bird head poked out of the blood mass. "Ha!" Ao Zhan clapped and laughed. "Zhu Mei has lost a lot of face this time. Damn, a bald vermilion bird. Just looking at it makes me envious." Sure enough, Zhu Mei came out of the blood mass little by little. Not a single feather could be seen. Following his appearance, the blood mass became smaller and smaller, and the totem also gradually faded. Boom! When Zhu Mei's body was more than half out, the light beam of the moon and stars arrived as expected. At the same time, the blood mass rapidly swelled, and feathers grew out from Zhu Mei's body. Bzzz. Suddenly, the ball of blood surged again. Zhu Mei's body also stopped. A phantom image that resembled a flying phoenix appeared around his body. However, it only lasted for a moment. A strand of crimson flame flew out from the ball of blood and landed on the phantom image. The phantom image instantly turned into ashes and disappeared. That blood mass shrank faster, and a painful expression appeared on Zhu Mei's face. Fortunately, Ao Zhan smiled faintly. This Zhu Mei's bloodline is actually not pure. However, that impure bloodline actually came from a phoenix, so it didn't affect his integration with the vermilion bird true blood. So simple, he integrated with the true blood? Xiaohua was somewhat surprised. Of course not. Ao Zhan smiled. A true rebirth and absorption of the true blood would take thousands of years. Once Zhu Mei completely absorbs it, he can reach the devouring void realm and directly break through the void. Of course, my dragon clan doesn't have any records of this, so I don't know the specific situation. However, this record is from me. Hee hee, congratulations, General Ao. Xiaohua cupped his hands and smiled. Unfortunately, although he noticed the pride in Ao Zhan's words, he didn't notice the other layer of meaning in Ao Zhan's words. More than 2 hours later, Zhu Mei let out a brisk cry and flew out of the blood mass in perfect condition. This body was much smaller than before, and the flames had also disappeared. Looking at the half-drop of true blood in the air, it didn't completely disappear. It seemed to be left behind because of Zhu Mei's impure bloodline. Boom! Before Zhu Mei could say anything, a small hole appeared on the altar, and a huge light beam covered Zhu Mei. Zhu Mei's body was involuntarily pulled towards the small hole by the light beam. Many thanks, fellow immortal Xiao. Zhu Mei suddenly stuck his head out and caught the half-drop of essence blood. He shook his head and threw the essence blood out of the light beam and shouted, "Pung!" As soon as the essence blood left the light beam, it immediately turned into a blood-red vermilion bird, ready to rush towards the altar. Phew! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He immediately used the heaven and earth sleeve technique and covered the blood-red vermilion bird. Gee! The blood-red vermilion bird struggled for a moment before disappearing in the air. Ao Zhan's face showed a trace of strangeness. He looked at Zhu Mei's figure disappearing in the light beam in disbelief, then looked at Xiaohua and thoughtfully said, "This Zhu Mei is quite calculating. It seems like he's not like Ao Qian, who only knows how to be domineering." At this time, he actually began to repay fellow immortal Zhao's kindness. "This is good." Xiaohua smiled and put the vermilion bird true blood into the space. He let the green-robed Xiaohua suppress it with a jade bottle and runes. He looked at Ao Zhan and said, "If General Ao has such thoughts, it would be impolite for me to refuse." Good, good, good. Ao Zhan laughed and rushed to the top of the altar. "If this old man's bloodline is not pure, I will also give the remaining essence blood to fellow immortal Xiao." Xiaohua quietly stood in the air and looked at Ao Zhan fusing with the true dragon bloodline. Sure enough, The conceited Ao Zhan had the ability to be conceited. The time he took to absorb the true dragon bloodline was 3 times longer than Zhu Mei. However, behind Ao Zhan, there was also an extremely small drop of blood left. It seemed like his bloodline was also not pure. Of course, when the blood fused with the bloodline, Xiaohua pretended not to see that inexplicable shadow of a flood dragon. Many thanks, fellow immortal Xiao. Ao Zhan did not go back on his words. When his figure flew into the light beam, he gave the trace of bloodline to Xiaohua. We will meet again someday. We will meet again someday, General Ao. Xiaohua put away the bloodline and cupped his hands with a smile. When Ao Zhan disappeared, the entire altar was calm again. The dragon-shaped totem at the top was grayish-white, similar to the vermilion bird below. Hee. Xiaohua looked at the phoenix under the dragon-shaped totem. In the end, he still remembered Fairy Hongxia, who he could not forget. Although Fairy Hongxia said clearly when she broke up with Xiaohua in the Dawn Rain continent, she said that she had to carefully consider her relationship with Xiaohua. If she could not think it through, she would not look for Xiaohua again. However, when Xiaohua disappeared from the Dawn Rain continent, he did not see Fairy Hongxia again. Of course, the two of them had not been separated for long. Perhaps Fairy Hongxia had not thought it through, but it could not be said that Fairy Hongxia had given up on Xiaohua. In comparison, Xue's feelings for Xiaohua were so meaningful. Even if they had to suffer a little, they would definitely be able to absorb the ancient bloodlines of these two demons. Only then did Xiaohua feel at ease letting the two demons out. Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede trembled at first, but then they slowly gathered their courage. Encouraged by Xiaohua, they flew down a little gingerly, each searching for a familiar aura. There's still you. After sending off Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede, Xiaohua took out Little Thunder, who was still in a daze, and flicked his head to wake him up. Sure enough, when Little Thunder opened his eyes, he was full of energy. He didn't need Xiaohua's reminder at all as he flew towards a totem not far away that wasn't particularly similar to the Thunder Beast. Looking at the lightning flashing on the totem, Little Thunder cried out as he fell into a blood-red thunderbolt. Xiaohua smiled and said, "In the end, you have to find your own opportunities and look for your own bloodline. You can naturally look for what you can, but how would I know what you can't? It looks like I can only look for them one by one." That's right, in Xiaohua's space, in addition to Xiaolei, there was also the Dream Dragonfly Butterfly, the Iceworm King Egg, and even the Water Pattern Butterfly. These were monsters, but Xiaohua couldn't guarantee that their ancestors would be the same as them. Moreover, Xiaohua also knew that there was more than one altar in the legacy world, so their bloodline might not necessarily be here. See, a nine-tailed fox? Just as Xiaohua was looking down the altar, a nine-tailed fox totem suddenly appeared in front of him. Although he had never seen this demonic beast before, his heart suddenly jumped as soon as he saw the totem, as if this totem was extremely important to him. What's going on? Xiaohua was a little puzzled. He closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before he had a slight idea. Damn it, it feels like the karma spell I used near Broken Heart Mountain earlier. At that time, although I couldn't predict Fujiwen's fate and the spell wasn't perfect, it still left a trace. It looks like I need to collect this nine-tailed fox bloodline. But a mere drop doesn't seem to have any meaning. Xiaohua was in a difficult position again. Do I have the ability to collect it completely? Could it be that I'm mistaken? Maybe, that's the only way. Xiaohua looked at the white bones next to the nine-tailed fox totem and made a decision in his heart. Immediately, Xiaohua no longer dared to be negligent. He searched layer by layer and finally found the totem of the Dream Sea Butterfly, the Iceworm King's Egg, and other totem on the lower level of the altar. Moreover, to Xiaohua's surprise, except for the Water Pattern Butterfly, which had a little accident and almost exploded to death, everything else went smoothly. Each and every one of them was slowly being reborn in the blood mist. Of course, in addition to these little things, there was also in Xiaohua's space. Facing a little white goose that could reveal the secret of his space at any time, Xiaohua didn't dare to take her out. Although Xiaohua saw a totem that was very similar to her on the altar, he only dared to collect a little bit of blood essence. If there was a chance in the future, he could give it to Dai. Since these little things were absorbing the ancient bloodline on the altar, Xiaohua had no choice but to wait. The greedy Xiaohua simply flew to the top of the altar and urged the soul thread and the secret technique of the dragon clan to collect them one by one from top to bottom. It seemed that if it was possible, the greedy Xiaohua even wanted to move the entire altar from the legacy world to his space. Of course, Xiaohua wasn't just thinking about collecting the blood essence of these big ancient demons. He was also looking at the distribution of the white bones. After all, this altar was so high and so big that it was impossible for every level to be protected by white bones. Sure enough, when Xiaohua painstakingly flew to the middle of the altar, those huge white bones had already disappeared and were replaced by other white bones and other strange demon artifacts. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua was enjoying himself and didn't know how hard it was. It wasn't until Little Silver cheerfully jumped onto him that he broke away from the joy of his harvest. When he saw Little Silver's appearance, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Little Silver didn't look any different from before, but the feeling he gave Xiaohua was very different. Little Silver had been clever and lovable before, and even cute. Now, Little Silver gave off a vast and enormous feeling. Although his body was still so small, there was an inexplicable sharpness in Xiaohua's gaze, which stung his eyes a little. Damn it! Xiaohua sighed with emotion in his heart. As expected of the primeval bloodline. It's only been a moment, but it's already been reborn. If this little spirit mouse is already like this, then what about the vermilion bird and the dragon? This way, this Xiao is even more looking forward to the supreme holy bloodline. Little Silver landed on Xiaohua, his little eyes already beginning to narrow. Xiaohua knew that the power of the bloodline had already taken effect, and Little Silver was likely going to advance again. Thus, he hurriedly put Little Silver away and stopped his diligent harvesting. He turned around and put the water-patterned butterfly, the ice worm king egg, and so on that he had absorbed the primeval bloodline into his space one by one. As for Little Lei, Xiaohua really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy had long become muddle-headed after absorbing the bloodline, and even in his muddle-headed state he still hugged the white bone on the altar tightly and refused to let go, as if he knew it was something good. After that, Xiaohua continued to harvest with extreme patience and perseverance. When he finished harvesting all the primeval bloodlines on the altar, even someone as strong as Xiaohua felt a little dizzy. After all, this was delicate work and couldn't be carried out in large quantities at the same time using divine abilities. Using embroidery over and over again was really a cruel test for martial artists who brandished spears and staffs. With hard work comes a harvest. Xiaohua stretched lazily and raised his eyes to look at the altar that stretched all the way to the sky. He himself couldn't believe that he had actually walked through it from top to bottom. Sometimes, a person's greed is also the driving force behind their progress. Other people's business is done. Now, it's time to look at this Xiao's own fortune. Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but burn. He raised his eyes to look at the tall altar and walked up step by step. The top of the altar was somewhat similar to the peak of an ordinary mountain, but it was quite big. Xiaohua looked at it with his naked eyes and saw that it was at least several hundred li in size. Xiaohua stood on the white bone altar and saw the 10,000 Fei diagram gushing out from the center of the altar at a glance. At this time, it was still full of demonic qi, and totems of great demons were flying all over the sky. However, these totems couldn't cover the stars in the sky. Under the starlight, the images of the great demons were even more distinct, revealing their all-powerful spirit. White jade capital in the sky, 12 buildings and 5 cities. Immortals touch my head, and I'll be immortal. Xiaohua looked at such a clear starry sky and saw such a heroic great demon totem. He couldn't help but recite, although this Xiao doesn't know where the immortals are, with the path to heaven, not to mention immortals, this Xiao can even see gods and Buddhas. This Xiao doesn't need other people to touch my head and be immortal. This Xiao wants to touch other people's heads and teach them immortality. Chapter 3785. Thinking of this, a kind of indescribable pride was born in his heart. The engraved totems under his feet surged with the power of the stars and moon as well as demonic energy. Amidst the rising demonic energy, the light beam of the stars and moon fell with a loud bang. Amidst this brilliance, Xiaohua's body suddenly trembled. Following the pride in Xiaohua's heart, the 13,200 small dots in his body couldn't help but jump in joy. Roar! Xiaohua looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. A soaring aura rushed out from his head. Ji! The sound of a phoenix's cry resounded in his body. It seemed to be coming from the 13,200 small dots. Moreover, along with this phoenix cry, a kind of thin vortex appeared in the center of each small dot. These vortexes were like small mouths that crazily swallowed the power of the stars and moon that fell on Xiaohua's body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The stars in the entire legacy world suddenly shook. Every star emitted a brilliant brilliance. Hundreds of millions of rays of brilliance rushed into the vast sky and into the 132 whirlpools. Xiaohua's several hundred zhang tall transcendence golden body emitted brilliant starlight, and it was precisely competing with the stars in the sky. At this moment, it seemed that only Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was the only one in the entire legacy world. Another earth-shattering sound came from this star. Xiaohua's transcendence golden body began to slowly transform. The 13,200 vortexes seemed to have broken free from their shackles and shook cheerfully. A phoenix that was thousands of feet in size flapped its wings and transformed into a phoenix. Moreover, along with the input of the power of the stars and moon, this phoenix's transcendence golden body grew bigger and bigger. It was no less than 10,000 feet. Ha! Refreshing, refreshing. Xiaohua's unusually arrogant voice came from the phoenix. A phoenix rises with the wind in a day, soaring 90,000 miles in the sky. When the wind stops, it can still sweep away the water of Tsangming. When people see me, they laugh coldly when they see me. Father Xian is afraid of the younger generation. Husband Xian is not young. This Xiao is so unhindered. This is why I'm a hero of this generation. This Xiao has such a magical ability that I can turn the clouds and rain with a flip of my hand. Fast, fast. Soon after, the phoenix Xiaohua flapped its wings and flew to the center of the altar. The phoenix Xiaohua was already able to see clearly from the high ground. The altar was covered with totem demon characters. Those totem demon characters were like great demons. They surrounded the center of the altar and worshipped. At a glance, it was impossible to tell how many totem demon characters there were. In the center of these totem demon runes, there was a crystal object that was flowing with colorful lights. Strange demonic clouds and light flashed, and the array diagram of 10,000 demons came out from this light screen. Is this the bloodline of the Absolute Saint? Phoenix Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. The 1,000 Fei diagram that could break the Heaven's Punishment prison crystal was nothing more than the flickering light screen of the Absolute Saint bloodline. Then this Absolute Saint bloodline, how powerful was it? There was no need to think too much. As long as Phoenix Xiaohua moved his phoenix claws, he would know. Unfortunately, there was no time for Xiaohua to hesitate at this moment. The phoenix's body was now burning hot, and it pounced toward the crystal-like object. Phoenix Xiaohua originally thought that it would encounter some kind of obstruction, or even some kind of restriction, but who knew that when the phoenix's body flew close enough, that crystal-like object didn't move at all. No, it's a little strange. Xiaohua secretly pondered. Such an absolute saint bloodline is an object of heaven and earth. How could it not be guarded? Moreover, I'm not the first one to come here. Could it be that there are no other demons approaching? How come there isn't even a bone here? Just as Xiaohua was hesitating, the phoenix's body moved again. Those 132 little dots emitted strange vibrations, and the fluctuations immediately condensed into a beam that rushed toward the crystal-like object that was close at hand. Amidst the 130-200 different vibrations, that crystal-like object instantly melted, and it was precisely the shape of a drop of blood. Roar, roar. Once the drop of blood formed, countless strange roars resounded. Countless powerful auras were born from the drop of blood, and the stars that filled the sky were instantly extinguished under the vibration. It was as if they were extremely afraid of this absolute saint aura. What was even crazier was that a monstrous storm was set off in the entire legacy world. Countless airflows and countless remnant wills flew out from various places and pounced toward this drop of blood, as if they wanted to get a share of this drop of blood. The phoenix Xiaohua once again let out a clear cry. One after another, extremely unruly and ferocious auras actually rushed out from the 130-200 small dots, forming a huge vortex. Not only did it crush the incoming remnant thoughts, it even gave birth to a huge phantom of a phoenix, firmly protecting the entire altar. Boom! At the same time the phoenix phantom covered the altar, a deafening sound suppressed all movements. All the airwaves, all the remnant wills, all the wills, and even everything in the legacy world disappeared. Only the altar was left between heaven and earth. Outside the altar was the phoenix phantom, and outside the phantom was an incomparably huge copper cauldron. Heavenly Phoenix, why are you here? Chapter 3786. Inside the space, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure also changed from time to time, and also emitted strange fluctuations. These fluctuations spread throughout the space, not only falling on the starry sky, but also on many resting demonic beasts. But suddenly, Jade Archive Xiaohua's figure suddenly stopped, and the fine lines that swept through the space suddenly disappeared. Xiaohua opened his eyes, and starlight flashed in his eyes. He looked at the sky and said in surprise, how, in the end, it actually concluded into a totem? This is the task that the voice mentioned? In that instant, Jade Archive Xiaohua felt as if he had been tricked. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't depict the totem, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't write it down. However, the appearance of the totem was in his mind. In the mind of Jade Archive Xiaohua, who could control the entire space, this was absolutely unimaginable. If there was nothing strange about it, then it would be the real strangeness. Phoenix Xiaohua, you really got I into trouble. Jade Archive Xiaohua was extremely helpless. At this time, how could he not know the strangeness of his phoenix body? Also, the origin of the 132 million small dots in his body? His primordial spirit had already controlled the body, but the body was really strong, and it inevitably affected his primordial spirit. Forget it, forget it. Jade Archive Xiaohua helplessly shook his head. I have encountered many strange things, haven't I? When the Jade Archive Xiaohua exited the space, the entire altar appeared high up in the sky again. His 10,000 feet tall body had returned to its original state. Inside his body, the phoenix Xiaohua was extremely weak, as if a person had been trampled on by thousands of horses. Looking at his body again, it was no different from before, but Xiaohua was very clear that he was no longer the same as before. Just with this body alone, not to mention the hidden immortal continent, even in the 1,000 demonic sacred realm, no demonic beast would dare to compare with him. Of course, as Aozhan said, obtaining the bloodline only allowed him to step on the road to becoming a saint, but to really become a saint, he still needed to cultivate in the future. A true dragon bloodline could make a demonic beast a saint, then what about the 132 million bloodlines condensed into a saint bloodline? What would it make Xiaohua become? This seemed to be the goal of Xiaohua's body in the future. This may be explained in the Chaos Scroll outside the Soul Cultivation Hall. Xiaohua glanced at his body, then looked at the phoenix Xiaohua who was in a weak slumber. Xiaohua then raised his head to look at the starry sky. All kinds of starlight were strangely dim, as if they had been ravaged. Looking further into the distance, Although Xiaohua couldn't see much clearly, he could clearly sense that all living things in the legacy world were still full of vitality. They had their own lives. Everything that happened at the altar didn't particularly affect them. Sometimes the ignorant are fearless. Ignorance is also a blessing. Xiaohua sighed lightly and raised his hand. His large hand transformed into several hundred and grabbed towards the several hundred white bones on the altar. The white bones that were trying their best to resist were now very obedient. Even the altar didn't have any reaction. All the white bones were taken into Xiaohua's space. Xiaohua didn't look at them carefully. He raised his hand again and grabbed the nine-tailed fox totem with his 5 fingers. GG. On the totem, a blood-colored little fox cried out a few times in fear, then obediently turned into a small ball of blood and fell into Xiaohua's hand. Xiaohua also took it into the space. When Xiaohua finished doing all this and wanted to think again, boom! The same huge light pillar fell from the sky and covered Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he hurriedly took out the token. Buzz buzz. The token flashed in the light pillar, and the light pillar also moved in the sky. In a moment, a huge force lifted Xiaohua up. Obviously, it wanted to send Xiaohua back to the altar in Cang Longzi's cave mansion. But at this moment, a huge dragon roar came from below Xiaohua. A huge dragon suddenly appeared not far from the altar and rushed into the light pillar. Damn it, so it's this guy. Why isn't he dead yet? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. When he saw the dragon rushing to his feet, he suddenly realized. Isn't this the dragon that attacked Ao Qian before? Xiaohua thought that it had already escaped far away. Even if it was hiding in the surroundings, the change in the altar should have already crushed it to death. Who knew that it was still safe and sound? Xiaohua was surprised, but he didn't feel nervous. He reached out and grabbed at the huge force. However, before he could grab the dragon's body, the dragon's aura blocked his hand, and a numb feeling came from his hand. This Xiao's body has just merged with the holy bloodline, so it's very weak. Xiaohua understood and secretly cursed. I'm afraid I can't subdue this dragon here. While speaking, Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. As he urged his magic power, a light pillar shot towards the huge dragon's head. The huge dragon saw that the light pillar was like a horse, and a flickering halo appeared at the dragon's horn. It actually condensed into a several zhang large shield that blocked the light pillar. Clang! The light pillar was blocked by the shield, and it was reflected back and hit the light pillar in the sky. Boom! The light pillar suddenly widened, and the strength suddenly increased. Xiaohua and the huge dragon were immediately sucked in, and the light pillar instantly turned into a star-shaped whirlpool and disappeared. Only at this time did the heaven-reaching altar let out a huge roar and gradually sank into the ground, waiting for another descendant of the demon race to come with the token. Where is this? Xiaohua was sucked in by the light pillar, and his eyes slightly shook. He was actually in the void. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense, but he couldn't see the boundary of the space. And the huge dragon that was fighting with him also disappeared. After waiting for a while with his divine sense and soul awareness, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Damn it, this evil dragon, why are you causing trouble? If you want to come out, just tell me. There's no need to sneak attack. You have enmity with the East Sea Dragon Palace, not with me. I'm too lazy to care about your business. Now, this Xiao doesn't even know where I am. What about you? I'm afraid you're not having a good time, right? However, Xiaohua was never afraid of the void. He almost didn't hesitate to fly towards a place. But after flying for a while, he smiled again. With a wave of his hand, the turtle shell that he got from Cang Longzi's cave flew out. The turtle shell flew into the void and immediately emitted a light ochre brilliance, transforming into a scroll, and a heart shape quickly flew out from the scroll. Good. Xiaohua smiled and patted his head again. Pooh! Huang Hongqing's 3 heavens hearts of different colors flew out. The light ochre heavens heart immediately flew over cheerfully and formed a circle with the 3 heavens hearts, forming a 4-colored circle. The four-colored heaven's hearts flickered and rotated in the void, causing the heavenly book to slowly flip. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, and the heavenly book fell into his hand. He looked at it with the clear eyes technique, and found that it recorded the cultivation method of wood essence unification. Woo-woo. Just as Xiao Hua was looking at it with rapt attention, the four-colored heaven's hearts suddenly became strange again, and slightly rotated, wanting to rush down. It seemed that there was something there that was attracting them. Hee, I'm afraid that's Senior Tsong Lang Zi's cave below. Xiao Hua understood. He opened his mouth, and the four-colored heaven's hearts fell into his chest. Then he sent the heavenly book into his middle dantian, and urged his body to fly down. Fellow Taoist. After flying for half an hour, he still didn't see anything. Suddenly, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said, I suddenly have a very familiar feeling. What's wrong? Xiao Hua asked curiously, why do you have such a strange feeling? I think I'm home. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's indifferent words almost made Xiao Hua jump up in fright. Your home is here? Then isn't I's home also here? Xiao Hua hurriedly asked. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua said with a smile, I only said, I think I'm home. Oh. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes as if he didn't understand. I'll quickly go down and take a look. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua seemed to be very happy, and also said, I also have a familiar feeling. It can't be. Xiao Hua was really dumbfounded. Could it be that below is not Tsong Lang Zi's cave? Faintly, a familiar dragon's roar actually came from the void. Hee, enemies are bound to meet. So that evil dragon is here. Xiao Hua pinched his nose and laughed loudly, and hurriedly increased his flying speed. After waiting for half a meal's time, when Xiao Hua flew closer and saw clearly, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He saw that at the bottom of the void, there was a huge dragon shape, and this dragon shape stretched for thousands of miles. The dragon-shaped figure was carrying a mountain-like object on its back. The tail of the dragon-shaped figure was currently hanging on a strange cauldron-shaped object. The cauldron-shaped object was like a huge nail that was firmly nailed into the ground. In the dragon-shaped figure's mouth, there was a small dragon that was struggling at death's door. This dragon was the giant dragon that had fought with Xiao Hua to fly out of the light pillar. Now, in the dragon-shaped figure's mouth, it was pitifully transformed into a small dragon. Roar! Just when Xiao Hua was stunned, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua roared loudly, rushed out of Xiao Hua's body, and rapidly expanded. In just a moment, it actually became a dragon shape that was very similar to the dragon shape, but thousands of miles long. Dragon Vein. How could Xiao Hua not understand when he saw this? His gaze looked at the mountain above the dragon vein, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly in admiration. Damn, this mountain. I'm afraid it's Tsong Lang Zi's cave. Tsong Lang Zi actually built his cave on top of the dragon vein. And this dragon vein is a moving dragon vein. No wonder this cave can move. As for why it stopped in Jianghu, I'm afraid it's because when the dragon vein brought the cave here, it was hung here by this cauldron-shaped thing. But what is this cauldron? It can actually nail the dragon chi? Chapter 3787. Fellow Immortal, save me. Just as Xiao Hua is stunned, the little dragon in the mouth of the dragon vein actually speaks. Xiao Hua retracts his gaze from the cauldron, looks at the little dragon up and down and says with a smile, Why should I save you? Give me a reason first. This. The little dragon hesitates a bit and says, I can tell fellow Immortal what is this thing that is nailing the dragon vein, and I can also tell fellow Immortal how to collect this thing. It's not important what this thing is, it's also not important whether to collect this thing or not. Xiao Hua slightly shakes his head. The question is, why should I collect this thing? You sneak attacked why should I save you? Fellow Immortal, you wronged me, I actually didn't plan to sneak attack you. The little dragon bitterly smiles. You and I have no enmity, I just wanted to follow you out of the cold spirit valley. But I was afraid that you would misunderstand, so I didn't dare to greet you. Cold Spirit Valley? Xiao Hua's eyes turn. looks at the little dragon and says, I know that you have enmity with the East Sea Dragon Palace. Although I am not familiar with the East Sea Dragon Palace now, I still need their help in the future, so I don't plan to get involved in the enmity between you two, let alone save you. Fellow Immortal, why are you looking for the East Sea Dragon Palace? I am also from the dragon race, maybe I can help you. The little dragon hastily asks. I want to go to the Dragon Island. Xiaohua says with a smile, can you help this? The little dragon hesitates for a moment. If it was before, I can certainly guarantee it, but now, I don't have 60% certainty. Oh? Seeing that the little dragon actually admits that he can't and didn't lie to him, Xiaohua is a bit surprised. He looks at the cauldron under his feet and says, then tell me what this thing is first. This is the Jing Province Cauldron, one of the 9 cauldrons of the hidden Immortal continent. The little dragon says without hesitation. Cauldron? Xiaohua suddenly quivers, as if he thought of another inconceivable thing. Could this be the 9-province cauldron that the Confucian cultivator spoke of? The 9-province cauldron that can suppress fate and nail the mountains? This legendary 9-province cauldron actually really exists? Of course it exists, Xiaolong replied. Although the 9 cauldrons suppress the 9 prefectures, no one can see it. If it wasn't for the dragon chi surrounding the Jingzhou cauldron, we wouldn't be able to see it either. Since you know that the 9 continents cauldrons cannot be seen, how do you know how to obtain them? Xiaohua asked again. This is the inheritance of my dragon bloodline. There's no reason for it. The little dragon replied proudly. Alright. Hearing that it was another inheritance, Xiaohua understood and could only helplessly say, do you think I can accept this Jing province cauldron? Of course not. However, Your Excellency has the dragon vein fate. You are a person with great fortune in the human race. If you have the heavenly book Heart of Heaven, you will definitely be able to obtain it. The little dragon replied. Xiaohua smiled. If I didn't have the heavenly book's heavenly heart, wouldn't I be unable to collect it? Of course. But what if I search his soul? Wouldn't you also be able to obtain the method to collect it? Xiaohua threatened. Hee, fellow immortal, you can give it a try. The little dragon laughed. My cave. At this point, Xiaolong suddenly stopped talking. He looked a bit embarrassed and said, if fellow immortal doesn't want to make a deal with me, then that's fine. Actually, Upper Dragon Island, you're a dragon from the heavenly abode river. Xiaohua suddenly said with a smile. Xiaolong was not very familiar with the human language of the hidden immortal continent. However, the matter of the water tribe of the heavenly abode river flooding the longevity town did not seem to be a big deal in Xiaolong's eyes. He thought for a moment and then told Xiaohua. The matter could not be considered simple or troublesome. Due to a certain reason that Xiaolong was unwilling to say, the heavenly abode river's dragon girl, Jianghu, was lost in the Yu province area. The water tribe of the heavenly abode river searched for her for several years without any news. Later on, a water demon found traces of the dragon girl in the longevity town. Therefore, the water tribe of the heavenly abode river sent Dragon General Jiang Sheng and a group of water tribe to investigate. Who knew that the news was true, and the Dragon General brought the dragon girl back. How is Jianghu now? Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked for Lu Yi in the end. My family's princess is very good. Xiaolong replied in astonishment. Immortal friend, why do you ask this? It's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, when you go back, tell Jianghu that my disciple, Lu Yi, misses her very much. Okay. Xiaolong casually said. Then, he realized the meaning of the human language of the hidden immortal continent and said in surprise, you can save me? Quickly tell I the secret of how to collect the 9-province cauldron. I can't wait. Xiaohua said with a smile. But if I tell you, what if immortal friend doesn't save me? This Xiaolong was definitely not a fool. I am Lu Yi's master. How can I deceive the water tribe of the heavenly abode river? Who is Lu Yi? Forget it, forget it. Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, Taoist dragon vein, you can devour this dragon vein. Dragon Vein Xiaohua roared and opened his mouth to charge at the Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein seemed to have intelligence and hurriedly struggled. However, its tail was completely suppressed by the Jing Province Cauldron. How could it escape? In just half an hour, Dragon Vein Xiaohua had already devoured most of the Dragon Vein. Seeing Dragon Vein Xiaohua being so fierce, Xiaolong was really scared. He might not be afraid of Xiaohua, but the Dragon Vein could devour him at this moment. Immortal friend, listen carefully. Xiaolong did not wait for Xiaohua to urge him and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Xiaohua lazily picked his ear and said, I told you to say it earlier. In the future we might be a family. Xiaolong was very helpless and hurriedly smiled. Oh, by the way, how did you avoid Ao Zhan's detection? Why don't you tell I? Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked again. Xiaolong, who boasted of his wisdom, looked at the greedy Xiaohua and then looked at the Dragon Vein Xiaohua behind him. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart for a long time, he softly transmitted his voice and told him everything. Good. Hearing this, Xiaohua beamed with joy. This kind of concealment method was the best way to sneak attack. He liked it the most. After Xiaohua finished listening, Xiaohua waved his hand. Xiaohua swallowed the remaining portion of the Dragon Vein and released the little dragon. Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. Fellow Immortal, please leave. This poor Taoist will not send you off. AI, no matter what, thank you Immortal friend. Xiaolong sighed and said, I hope Immortal friend will not reveal my actions to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Hehe, you think Ao Zhan is a fool? Xiaohua said with a smile, even I think that your dragon pendant is fake. How can he not see it? Immortal friend is wrong. Sometimes, everyone is very smart, but they are willing to be fools. The authenticity of the dragon pendant doesn't matter, as long as you have the dragon pendant. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. This is my dragon pendant. Xiaolong stretched out his hand and took out a dragon pendant, handing it to Xiaohua. I am called Jianghu. This concubine had Taoist hold on to the shards of the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal because the Immortal Palace will use the information within the Heaven's Punishment Prison Crystal to determine whether this concubine's escape conforms to the immortal laws. If it was someone else, they would definitely be searched. But this concubine is a female official of the Emperor's Star Palace. With that person's protection, my soul won't be searched. However, this is also uncertain. After all, there is still that person who has been following that person. Forget it, this concubine won't say anymore. It's fine as long as Taoist knows that you're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.